Everyone's always told me the first year of marriage is the most difficult. If we can make it through this road trip in our first year of marriage, we can make it through anything.
Take the freaking rope.
You're ready to get knocked over.
Let me back up for a minute. This is Jason. He's a filmmaker, climbing gym owner, and outdoor enthusiast from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Jason loves three things: mountains, Mexican food, and his new wife, Taylor. But not in that order. Here's Taylor. A military daughter who lived pretty much everywhere. She loves the simple things in life: coffee, popcorn, books, chocolate, and jumping out of the occasional airplane or two. These two are just ordinary, adventurous people. They aren't celebrities, they aren't influencers, they're just two newlyweds who are trying to figure out this whole marriage thing.
We had to come up here to get engaged.
We got engaged.
As if being a newlywed isn't challenging enough, it wasn't long before Jason came up with a plan to make their first year of marriage way more complicated.
What if we just went and did like the Grand Teton, which I've been trying to climb for 10 years now and I have yet to summit? And what if we went and did Mount Baker? What if we went and did Mount Whitney, the highest point in the continental US? What if we could do it all in our first year of marriage?
What are we going to get ourselves into next?
So come along as they travel over 10,000 miles all across the country, diving headfirst into their first year of marriage as they attempt to climb three of America's most challenging peaks.
Hey, thanks for holding down the fort.
Oh my God, feels so good.
All right, right behind you.
You know, this mountain, we have a turbulent relationship.
Oh my gosh.
I love you, you're gonna do great.
Where are we?
So now that you know the premise, let's back things up a bit and hear about how this crazy story began. I'll let Jason and Taylor take it from here.
This last year, I finally got married. I think that in previous relationships, I always heard things like, "You're reckless," or "Why do you always have to be on the go? Why can't you just settle down?" But for Taylor, she's probably all of those things and maybe more than even I am.
Before I moved to Tulsa, I was definitely jaded when it came to men and relationships. So Jason was a complete surprise to me.
I had talked her into dating. We got engaged, we got married.
We're both super spontaneous. And Jason, being the hopeless romantic he is, loves to surprise me with things. So Jason had planned this long road trip through one of our most favorite states, Colorado.
All right, we've packed everything into the Jeep, and it's time for a road trip.
Time for a road trip!
Small byproduct of sand duning. Oh my gosh.
Jason just looked at the mountain weather, but he won't tell me what it is.
I don't know what difference 20 degrees, 10 degrees, 0 degrees.
Well, what is it?
Well, the worst, like the lowest, it's -8.
-8.
It's a comfortable temperature. Talk to your mom. She lives in Minnesota. It's like swimsuit weather.
Our next stop was the big surprise.
Taylor does not love surprises. She generally just ruins surprises, which is frustrating for me.
And I asked Jason to just give me 5 attributes of what we were about to do.
What we are doing is fast, cozy, scenic, tasty, and elegant.
Fortunately for me, I guessed it. Again, proving I should have been a detective. But I guessed that we were going on a train ride.
All right, we are pulling into the Santa Fe Depot where the Royal Gorge Railway is. What do you think?
Woohoo! I'm excited.
It's a really, really unique experience.
You go onto the train and you get dinner and there's music and there's wine.
I was really hoping it'd be sunny, but there'd be snow everywhere, and somehow it worked out. All right, we are in the Royal Gorge. We just passed the bridge, which was awesome. Taylor?
It's It's amazing. It's a little bit cold, but the red rock out here is beautiful. The river is stunning, and the snow just adds this special effect to it.
What do you do when it's St. Patrick's Day? And she thought she'd being clever. I said, oh, St. Patrick's Day is real easy. I just put on a green shirt with shamrocks all over it, and I play Danny Boy 200 times.
Food has been amazing, and this has actually been one of the more fun things we've ever done in Colorado.
We're still seeing all the phenomenal views that you would see on a mountaintop.
And we're drinking wine. After we finished the train, we left there. We actually drove by the Royal Gorge just to check it out from the top side, see what it was about. The next morning, our plans were to do the Via Ferrata at the Royal Gorge.
Via Ferratas offer an exhilarating experience, even if you're not a hardcore climber. These routes employ steel cables, rungs, and ladders that are fixed to a steep rock face. Climbers secure themselves with a harness and 2 leashes, and slowly traverse the cliffside. The term Via Ferrata is an Italian phrase meaning iron path. During World War I, the Italians built Via Ferratas into the Dolomites as a means to help get men and equipment in strategic positions. After the war, what started as a necessity soon turned into a booming activity, and now Via Ferratas can be found all over the world.
One of my good friends from high school, Jeremy Boswell, actually runs the Via Ferrata there, and he was taking us on a tour.
So we're about to do the Royal Gorge Via Ferrata. It's cable-guided mountaineering, so you'll be clipped in the whole time.
Taylor, what are your feelings?
Doing good.
This was kind of a unique experience because normally they don't do it in the snow. You know, mountaineering and climbing and all those different things, they often happen in that environment.
I had never done a Via Ferrata before. I had no idea what it was gonna feel like, and I unfortunately have always viewed challenge as failure. Going into the Via Ferrata, I had set myself up for failure before we even got on it.
Looking good, Tay.
Feeling great.
I am also somewhat of a performer, if I'm being honest, and I think that comes out in activities like climbing and mountaineering and doing a Via Ferrata in front of other people. But you also have to allow yourself to enjoy the experience.
But it turned out to not be so crazy and difficult, and we both had a really good time. I think she had fun. I definitely remember her giving me some looks, and I'm not sure if they were looks of excitement or annoyance. That was awesome.
It was amazing. You're looking down into this gorge on the rock face, and Jason was having a blast. Like, if I could go back, that would be one thing that I would do again, is just change my mindset.
From the Royal Gorge, the two make their way to Buena Vista to spend the night in a beautiful area known as South Main.
So the next morning we woke up and I got a little chance to go outside and scout it out ahead of time.
Oh, wow.
What do you think?
Oh, it's breathtaking.
All right, so I cheated and came out here earlier. I need you to walk to that corner. But when you walk to the corner, I want you to look to your left. Don't look to your right. Now look to the right.
Oh my God. And then you turn the corner and there's this gorgeous view of the Collegiate Range. It's magical.
With their mountain climb only 1 day away, Jason and Taylor decide to spend their day getting more acquainted with terrifying heights.
We found this cliff that I think Jason had been to before, and there's a walk up, so we walked around and he's like, let's just put a little rappel in.
All set up, rappel's ready. We're gonna go down this cliff.
Rappelling is often the quickest and sometimes only way to get off a climb. It differs from belaying in that the climber is solely responsible for their own descent. While belaying, the belayer remains stationary and the rope runs through their belay device, letting the climber down the rope. On a rappel, there's no one at the bottom to let them down. Once the rope is fastened, it remains stationary, and the person rappelling slowly lets themselves down. Because rappel mechanics are similar to that of belaying, it often gets overlooked, making rappel error a leading factor in many climbing-related accidents. Let's check in with Taylor as she makes her way to the ledge.
Why am I freaking out? You're okay. It's always the most nerve-wracking getting over the ledge. Not gonna lie, I looked down and I was like, oh my gosh, what did I get myself into? Whew. And then you start going down, and it really is, weirdly, a peaceful experience for me.
How was it?
It was fun. There's always like a pump up factor that goes along with it where you're like, okay, I can do this, I gotta do this.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required.
After a quick rappel, the two head south to set up camp for the night at the base of Mount Princeton.
We set up the tent and yeah, just relaxed.
We got this big tent, we got this heater, we got this mattress. It was kind of like taking camping to the next level.
4 pillows for camping?
It's called glamping, babe.
What do we do with the other 2 pillows? There's only 2 of us.
It's for the aesthetics of the tent.
What?
Here's 2 pillows, right? And then you add these 2, and automatically it goes from camping to glamping. I didn't bring a throw pillow, but next time I will.
We got it all set up, and it felt like we had our own cabin, but really it was just a tent. And the cool thing is this heater, you can actually have it in the tent. You can run the propane line outside of the tent, plug it into the propane, and we were able to keep that tent like 60 degrees when it was like 20 degrees outside. So since we set up camp so quickly, we decided to drive an hour south to the Sangre de Cristo range and hike up from 8,000 to 11,600 feet to the base of a few of my favorite 14ers at Willow Lake.
Trip update. We passed every person that was parked in the parking lot. We're on the snowfield now, into Willow Lake. Oh, the waterfall's frozen. Oh.
So we made it up to Willow Lake, and now we are down by this little waterfall, and Jason's fishing for some trout. Nice!
All right, so this is a beautiful, beautiful little trout. Look at him. Lots of pretty features, a real red belly. Look at that red belly.
Oh my gosh.
Tomorrow, Taylor and Jason have the daunting task of climbing a 14er. So tonight, they prepare by making some mountain burritos.
One of the things that I've really enjoyed about marriage is it really is like having a team. Most of my life, I was always the camp cook, but then Taylor just hops right in and just cooks incredible food. We each get to contribute and just get so many more fun things done and enjoy life more than we did when we were by ourselves, so.
2 mountain summiting burritos ready to go.
All right, we woke up. We have decided to climb in the snow to 14,200 on the mountain that I proposed to Taylor on.
Mount Democrat is one of the highest summits in the Mosquito Range of Colorado. Sitting at an altitude of 14,154 feet, it's a 3.8-mile hike up and back if you can make it to the Kite Lake Trailhead, which is 6 miles down an unmaintained road. The mountain was originally called Buckskin Peak after the rip-roaring Buckskin Joe mining camp just northwest of Fairplay. However, it was renamed Democrat by a group of rebellious Southern miners during the Civil War as a statement of political protest against Republican Abraham Lincoln. The name Democrat first appears on the map of the Land Office Survey of 1883. Many people who summit this peak also traverse the ridgeline to summit Mount Cameron, Lincoln, and Bras as well. As for Taylor and Jason, the mountain holds a special place in their hearts.
I've done over 30 of the 14ers in the state of Colorado. This one, however, Democrat, was kind of unique. I had never done it until last April. Me and Taylor went on a climb of that mountain, and I had planned to propose to her.
Our engagement story is kind of funny. I actually just started getting into climbing mountains when we met. I kept telling Jason to just leave me. I was like, just go on without me. You can make the summit. I'm not gonna make it. Just leave me here. And he was like, no, I don't want to do this without you. Little did I know that when we got to the ridgeline, he was going to get on one knee and ask me to marry him.
We got engaged!
I'm like, well, I can't really propose to you at the summit if you're not there with me. So I wasn't really concerned about summiting, but we did get really high. We got about, I think, like 13.6 last year. But we went back to the same mountains. We went back to do Democrat. We knew it. But the unfortunate thing is you never know how far the road goes. So we got there and we're driving.
Oh. Definitely driving sideways right now. Are we stuck? So we're pretty stuck.
Why is half of my shovel not in here?
Well, that wasn't as bad as you thought it was going to be.
We gotta put a winch on this Jeep. Fast.
I don't know why I do this, but a challenge has always meant failure for me. A challenge for Jason has always meant something that he gets the opportunity to overcome. And I wish I looked at it like that.
Why are you still sitting in the Jeep?
Because I'm staying warm for a minute.
Do you still want to climb?
Yeah.
Feels like you're lying.
Why are you recording? I had an expectation that we were gonna like drive up to the base of it, be able to get on it and hike and then get off of it, and now it just feels longer.
Before I even gave myself the chance, I allowed my emotions to shut me down and become something that held me back.
All right, we're geared up.
Geared up.
You ready?
Let's do it. So we're about 1.3 miles in, which means we have about a mile left before we actually start hiking up. Physically, my legs feel great, but it is crazy how if you're not acclimated, your lung capacity is not super strong. So feeling a little dizzy, but gonna push through and see how we do.
You know, mountains, you just never know. Sometimes they're hard, sometimes they're really hard, and sometimes they're impossible.
We're just having a fantastic time with weather on this mountain. First blizzard, now wind.
The weather is unknown. It keeps changing. It is sunny, then it's cloudy, then it's snowing, then it's the sun's back out. It's just all over the place.
Oh man. That's not gonna work.
And not to mention, we did 2.5 miles before we actually made it to the trailhead. And now we have another 2.6 something to the summit.
We start cutting towards the ridge line. And then the wind, it was like the wind died. And then it was like the wind came back. And it came back in the worst way possible.
That wind is demoralizing.
Yeah.
It was so cold that my feet were numb. At one point, he kept telling me not to take my gloves off because he was nervous I was gonna get frostbite. It was so cold.
The longer you stand still, the colder you get.
I'm tired of the wind.
Well, okay.
I'm kind of done. I can't tell if I just have a bad attitude or if I'm actually done, but I feel done.
We're close.
To the ridge.
Yeah. Hey, babe. I don't think we're gonna summit. You wanna set a new goal?
What?
The ridge.
Okay.
Do your mountain dance. Yeah. Don't think about it, do it. At full speed. Get ready to get knocked over. Oh God. You okay?
I don't know how much more I can do.
We're so close. Hey, that's a big gust coming. It might go down.
We're like 13,400 something in that space. And it is so disgustingly cold.
And I'm just thinking to myself, I am just done. I'm done. I want to be off this mountain. I'm tired of getting pushed down. I'm tired of sliding. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm done.
This season on Love on the Rocks.
I am ready to get back to the wild.
This is insane.
How about the exposure?
Yeah,
It's there.
best I've ever experienced. Oh my gosh. This will be interesting.
Taylor and Jason take on the ultimate challenge, a 12,000-mile road trip to climb 3 of the toughest mountains in the continental U.S., all within their first year of marriage.
This is a special couples moment.
Ow!
Are you okay? Are you all right?
Oh my gosh.
But will their marriage survive the pressure?
Taylor doesn't like off-roading, I have found out.
It's not that I don't like it, it's that when you talk down to me like I'm a child.
I'm not really used to seeing Jason go to these headspaces where he feels intimidated. I need to be on my A game. I need to know what's going on. I can't rely all on him.
This mountain wants to defeat me. The Grand Teton does not like Jason Burks. It is not going to let him climb it. End of story.
Why did we sign up for 3 mountains?
I don't know, it made sense at the time.
It's a very difficult situation, but I can't even imagine the idea of Taylor losing her footing and sliding down that mountain and me just watching it. So I'm sitting there thinking, if she's gonna fall and slide, I'm going with her anyways.
Everything can look picture perfect on paper, and one thing can screw the entire trip up.
Officially the hardest pitch of climbing I've ever done.
Am I going to shut myself down? Am I gonna be the thing that stands in the way of doing these really amazing things because I can't get over this fear of failure? Sometimes we just need to take a deep breath and commit to the experience.
Join Taylor and Jason as they put their marriage to the test on a 12,000-mile road trip across 11 states, testing their courage, their strength, and ultimately, their trust in each other.
You know, to really love somebody, you have to make an effort. It doesn't just happen on its own.
I love you, you're gonna do great.
Thanks for climbing it with me.
Yeah.
This is Love on the Rocks. So, after some convincing, Taylor and Jason decided on their big goal, to summit 3 of America's most challenging peaks.
Oh, I hate missing summits, but we got some other mountains coming up, yeah?
We'll talk about it later.
That will require them to be in the best shape possible, as they'll be climbing them all in a month's time. And to accomplish all of this in their first year of marriage will bring its own set of challenges. Taylor loves adventure, but has to work past letting her emotions get the best of her. Jason loves pushing his limits, but has to know that his new wife Taylor is up for the challenge. In order to prepare for this trip, they head east on another trip, where they test their climbing skills and learn to trust their gear. It didn't take long for Jason to convince Taylor that a 10,000-mile-long road trip was a good idea. But before they can go anywhere, they'll need to gear up for all their planned activities.
See if this thing works.
Off to get coffee.
Wait, I thought we were gonna go to Arkansas.
After we get coffee.
I thought we were going mountain biking.
After we get coffee.
Unbelievable.
Today, Jason and Taylor make their way to Arkansas. They'll prepare for their 3 upcoming mountain summits by testing their physical and mental endurance. They'll hit the mountain biking trails at the Buffalo Outdoor Center, then head to Horseshoe Canyon for some climbing. Let's hope they didn't forget anything.
I have this strange personality thing where I really like things to be perfect. I want to get in the car at the right time, and I want to leave, and I want everything to be the way it was planned to be.
First hiccup of the road trip. We're 5 minutes in and Jason forgot the key.
I keep locking things to the hitch, which is so frustrating. It's safe because it won't get stolen, but then if I don't bring the key, then we have a piece of equipment stuck to the back of the Jeep the whole time, which is irritating.
So we're going back to the house to get the key.
I hate turning around.
I hate turning around.
I hate turning around.
I hate turning around. Do you know how much I hate turning around?
No.
Like you don't realize how much it makes me upset.
So anyways, we turned around, got the key, left the house, headed back east to Arkansas.
The first destination is just 2.5 hours away from home, making it one of the couple's favorite spots to explore. Arkansas offers beautiful scenery, top-rated mountain biking trails, and tremendous amounts of incredible rock climbing.
I feel like Arkansas is a really underestimated state. You go there and it is breathtaking. It has rivers and mountains and tiny towns that are really unique and eclectic. You kind of fall in love with this gentle beauty.
Our first destination was the Buffalo Outdoor Center. And actually, growing up as a kid, I spent a lot of time on the Buffalo River. It's actually one of the best memories that I have with my father was us canoeing on the Buffalo River. All right, we got our first meal. What are you eating there?
It's
Almond
so
butter?
Good. Mm-hmm.
And for barbecue. Oh man, that's good barbecue. I mean, I was really hungry, but you know, it is good barbecue.
And the American flag in the background.
I'm a very patriotic barbecue eater. The first thing on the agenda was mountain biking. We talked to Austin, who runs the Buffalo Outdoor Center.
So I grew up in the outdoors. I actually grew up about 5 miles from here. The Buffalo National River is a crown jewel for the state of Arkansas. Most people in this region have no idea it even exists.
So jumped on the bike, went down this trail, but he destroyed me.
So I just got down to the bottom where I'm gonna meet Jason and Austin after their ride. I'm just gonna chill here as they're off on their little adventure.
Believe it or not, Arkansas is a bit of a destination location for mountain bikers, with nearly 2,000 miles of trails.
It's a good thing I ate that barbecue sandwich.
Just waiting for Jason and Austin to come down.
In fact, Bentonville, Arkansas is known as the mountain biking capital of the U.S. But because the BOC has the state's highest vertical drop trail, the small town of Ponca now has their own claim to fame.
Austin had told me on the phone, he said, you know, we have like 1,300 feet of elevation drop. And I was like, no, I know what he's talking about. Because usually in the flat states, what they do is they add up every time you go up a hill and every time you go back down, they add that up and they're like, you know, 7 feet plus another 7 feet, that's 14 feet. And I'm like, did you mean I'm gonna get on my bike at X altitude and when I get off, I'm gonna be 1,000 feet lower than when I got on my bike? And he's like, absolutely. So I just got so stoked. I mean, I told him, I was like, man, the fact that this is 3 hours from home, we're gonna be back for sure.
You look pretty hot and sweaty.
Oh yeah, it was what, 7 miles almost?
6.8 miles.
6.8 miles. And you got all the terrain. You got the loose gravel, you got the incredible boulders and rocks and technical, you got packed dirt. It was stellar.
That's awesome.
Now what do we do?
So after mountain biking, we did ziplining.
And hopefully this is the most challenging part of the whole experience, but this is where we get to take mental note on who needs extra care and attention.
I remember the guide, he was like this really eccentric guy. He was hilarious. Like you could tell that he had told these jokes like on every tour, but somehow they were still hilarious.
That's all I'm going for is the chuckle. So.
The Buffalo Outdoor Center Canopy Tour opened in 2015, and unlike other zip lines, it's a 2-hour nature excursion where you zip from tree to tree. This zipline tour prides itself in showcasing the beautiful Ozark landscape, accompanied by the birds and other wildlife living around Ponca. Since opening, thousands of people have enjoyed the tour.
Feet up. Awesome. All right. How was it?
It was awesome.
I feel like one thing that I love about ziplining is you get to see the world from a completely different perspective. But what's really unique about ziplining is you get to do it with hysterical guides, and you're usually with a bunch of people, and it's this community event of you getting to zip through the trees, and you kind of feel like a monkey, which is really fun.
The zip lining at the Buffalo Outdoor Center is a canopy tour. It's not just like a point A to point B. It's like you're zipping from tree to tree to tree to tree. It's really fun.
Oh man.
How was that one?
That was awesome.
We're checking in.
So to get to your cabin, you are going to turn left on the driveway here.
Yes. I'll find it, I promise you.
Yeah, oh, I guarantee you will. I have faith in you.
It's kind of fun, you know, we got our hotel rooms and then we just see this wall, this vast wall of DVDs, like probably over 1,000 DVDs.
Have you seen this?
No.
All right, the reality is there's just a few things important to Taylor. What do you got there in your bag, Taylor?
I got a movie, a Snickers bar,
Yeah,
and the cheese is for Jason.
yeah.
We have popcorn! It's like my favorite thing in the entire world.
Oh.
Besides mushrooms and coffee, popcorn. And Snickers. I do love Snickers bars too.
We got done checking in, then we drove to our cabin. On the drive there, it was awesome. There were tons of different cabins, and I kept wondering which one was gonna be ours.
Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
And we kept driving back and back and back until it dead ends, and there was our cabin. And I'm not kidding you, it was like every Pinterest dream I've ever had come true in a little cabin tucked inside the woods.
You ready?
Oh my gosh. It's called the Valley Green.
Look, it's got rocking chairs for us.
Oh.
Since we're old.
The girl said that this is the cabin that sees all the wildlife.
Oh, wow.
Are you kidding?
What? What?
Oh my gosh! It has a jacuzzi bathtub in it! Oh my gosh. Usually when you rent a cabin at a place like an outdoor place, it normally is like a cabin.
Yeah, you're like scared to use the bathroom.
You don't want to use the pots and pans because you don't know the last time they were washed.
Where are we?
We're at the Low Gap in Arkansas. We're gonna grab some grub. How was it?
Super good.
Here's coffee.
So, interesting thing about Taylor, she loves to cook, and I love that she loves to cook, and she's really good at it. The downfall is we operate in 2 different time speeds when it comes to cooking. I cook things in the fastest manner possible. But Taylor, honestly, like, her food tastes so good, but like, I can't watch because I feel like the amount of time it takes her to set up, like, I'd already be eating.
Just gonna tuck my hair into my clothing because I don't have a hair tie.
I guess it does kind of take me a while to cook things. I like to make things beautiful. I mean, I think that cooking is an art form.
I am my grandfather's daughter. I clean as I go. Granddaughter. I am my grandfather's granddaughter, not daughter.
So I just have to, just be cool. It's totally fine, just be cool. So I've been learning that, as we've been married.
Plates are ready.
Sweet, thank you.
Where'd you learn how to make eggs like this?
My mom. Where'd you learn how to make eggs?
When I was a kid, if you didn't make your own eggs, then you went hungry.
That's probably not true.
Have I made you honey peanut butter yet?
No. You always have these things. Peanut butter butter. Honey peanut butter butter.
Honey peanut
Like
butter
anytime we're talking, you're like, have you had peanut butter yet? Have you had honey peanut butter? Get away.
Come on.
I'll make you more.
I want some almond milk.
I don't know how much.
And almond butter.
Almond butter?
So packing out, I try really hard to do as much of the packing as I can because it's so much equipment. And of course, obviously have places where things go, but Taylor's super organized as well, which is nice. So anyways, that morning I was packing things out, packing out.
Can you please get him out?
Why don't you like him?
Well, I just don't want to be stung mid-drive.
But I gave him a name. His name's Harry the Hornet.
You're just gonna melt?
He's hungry.
Yeah, I don't like bugs.
Well, then give him some food, but get him out of the car.
I've found that most animals want to be friends with you. But if you're really kind to those insects, they're just another little friend.
I put some food on the chair for him.
It's only a few weeks until it's time to head west to climb the Grand Teton, Mount Baker, and Mount Whitney. These much larger climbs will require Taylor and Jason to push themselves both physically and mentally. And there's no better place to practice these skills than Horseshoe Canyon Ranch.
We headed towards one of our favorite spots. It is where we met. We went out with a group of friends and Jason taught me how to leaf climb. So we're meeting up with some of our friends, Jess and Jacob Hightower, and then we all drove to Horseshoe Canyon. And I love driving into Horseshoe because it is beautiful and there's tons of animals. So we found a camping spot, that was our first step, and we headed out to the crag.
Rock climbing has long been a part of an explorer's way to summit a looming peak in mountaineering. However, in the 1880s, climbing a wall of rock became its own athletic accomplishment. Walter Perry Haskett Smith is often known as the father of rock climbing. His biggest achievement was in 1886 when he climbed Nape's Needle, a sharp rocky outcrop on the Great Gable Mountain in England. Ever since then, rock climbers have been breaking records and pushing boundaries to make it to the top of these walls. There are many different types of rock climbing: top rope, bouldering, aid climbing, trad climbing, sport climbing, and of course, free soloing. This is outdoor sport climbing. These routes will usually have bolts drilled into the rock, and climbers will use quick draws to clip into the bolts as they progress. In sport climbing, there are two roles, the climber and the belayer. When both roles are properly geared up and prepared, the climber can start their ascent, while the belayer anchors the climber from the bottom. Safety is of utmost importance here, so don't follow Jason's example. Clear communication between both people is vital to a successful climb. When Jason and Taylor attempt to climb their 3 mountain summits, any miscommunication on the climb could result in something catastrophic.
Nice job, Jason.
Oh my gosh, dude, I almost fell twice. See if I can run this thing.
Glad that didn't happen.
It was kind of fun when we got there. Got a chance to talk with Barry. Barry's actually the guy who owns the place. It's a private ranch, but when you go there, you know, it feels very much like a national park. It's this really beautiful little section of land, and it's got over 400 established climbing routes, which is insane.
Yeah, it's closer to 500 now, but yeah, the rock climbing, I'd like to say it was all part of my grand master plan, but it wasn't. We wanted to do some rappelling with our ranch guests, found some rock climbers. They said, wow, this is great. Do you mind if we put up a few routes? And then it just kind of evolved.
We jumped on this climb called the Green Goblin. Super fun. You know, one of the activities that in multi-pitching is, you know, the leader climbs up and then they anchor themselves in and then they set up the second climber and they belay the second climber up to them. I love bringing people up. It's just a blast.
When I got towards the top of the climb, I recognized that Jason was kind of in the path of where I wanted to go, and the only way to actually top out was to go between his legs.
This is a special couples moment.
This is an interesting couples moment.
So a typical guest ranch week, we do have people from all over the Midwest, different parts of the United States. Do a lot of horseback riding, obviously. Rock climbing's a big draw. And Via Ferrata, it's Iron Way in Italian. It's kind of like a outdoor jungle gym for adults is how we describe it.
And you know, we did a Via Ferrata, you know, recently in the Royal Gorge in Colorado. This one was completely different, but also really, really cool.
Is that for the zipline?
This is for the zipline.
That's rad looking. It's like a
full body,
like a freaking squirrel suit. We are hiking in to the Via Ferrata. What do you think, Tay?
I'm excited. I didn't realize we were doing a Via Ferrata.
Yeah, you know, why not? They have one.
The thing about Taylor that's funny, she's got such exaggerated feelings, which is awesome. I know that we had a moment there where she realized that we were gonna do that cable line.
This one had a tightrope walk, kind of, which I was not. I thought they were kidding when they pointed out the bridge.
She thought I was kidding, and I'm like, no, that's what we're doing.
I thought that was a zipline.
No. You're good.
Let's go.
That's stupid. No. Are you serious?
Yeah. We'll be tethered, it'll be all right. I saw your name on the list. You signed up.
That's not a thing.
It's a thing.
No. I thought it was a zip line.
She thought I had like hidden this from her and like jumping this terrible, mean idea on her that she didn't know about.
So when I found out that was actually the bridge that we were walking across, yeah.
Hey, Tay, you got any last words?
I don't hate you, I love you. This is terrifying. You did this.
Yep.
Okay.
So reason why it's...
Woo! All right, y'all. Overcoming fears. I didn't know if I wanted to do it. You're on this thin little line with 2 clips beside you, and you have to walk across that line that's like over this canyon. And yeah.
Hey, did you see my chin-ups I did for you?
Yeah.
Woo! Oh, man.
So I committed to it.
Heck yeah.
And I'm really happy I did. It was an exhilarating experience and a stunning experience.
It's a little sketchy, I'm not gonna lie, but made it seem like I wasn't scared at all.
Horseshoe Canyon Ranch is beautiful. On the Via Ferrata, you had this overlook, bird's eye view of the entire valley, and it was spectacular. And you also had an adrenaline rush going, which was an added bonus.
So after you test and make sure the line's working, then we'll go.
That's my job, man. You know, sometimes you feel like you're on the edge.
Yeah, or observative. That's
And that might be a scary feeling, but then you just have to step off into the unknown.
Oh, Jason!
The Iron Horse is the highest, fastest, and longest zip line in Arkansas. It goes a half mile in length and drops 277 feet into the beautiful Horseshoe Valley.
Ziplining was so much fun. I was just flying through the air like,
We finished the Via Ferrata and zip-lined back to the main lodge. It was amazing. You feel like you're flying when you're on this thing. It goes so fast. I think it goes upwards of 50 miles an hour.
Okay, so this is amazing.
You're doing this exhilarating, adventurous thing, but you're also kind of being able to relax and take in the views around you and just have fun and let loose and scream, and it was awesome. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Making some skewers. Our butter looks fantastic.
We got the fire started. We made some good dinner, and then we busted out some s'mores. Jessica had brought some s'mores, and it was funny because they were actually vegan marshmallows, which I'm not vegan, but I have no problem with vegans, but it doesn't mean that occasionally I don't want to make a little vegan joke because I don't know how to help myself, but I'm sure I'll learn to not do that someday.
So that's a chocolate nugget, and that is an artificial marshmallow.
An artificial marshmallow.
Look at the browning.
It's caramelized.
A little bit of caramelization right there.
Of course, with every camping experience, you have to throw in a flashlight dance party.
S'mores.
Little did they know, nothing.
He was going, s'mores.
There's goats everywhere.
Which is kind of awesome. Goodbye, all right, friends.
All right.
We'll see you guys.
Yep.
It'll be a fun
Oh,
shot.
yeah.
Bye, Jess. See you later.
Thanks for everything.
All right, have fun. Thanks for meeting us on this one.
All right.
Later.
After saying goodbye to some friends and strengthening their climbing skills at Horseshoe Canyon Ranch, they depart to Eureka Springs, home to some strange history. Let's see how these newlyweds do with a haunted hotel on the agenda.
Eureka Springs is a really special place for us. It's a quirky little strange town. It feels like you're in the mountains. You're still in the Ozarks. It's over 100 years old. You know, back in the turn of the century in the early 1900s, there was a lot of thought around spring water, like healing different diseases. And so people would travel from all over the world to come to these different hot springs and natural springs in Arkansas. And so these towns have a lot of bizarre history. And because of that, they have really bizarre architecture, cobblestone streets. We had on our agenda to go stay at the Crescent Hotel. Now, if you've never heard of the Crescent Hotel, look up most haunted hotels in America. Just look for the one that is the absolute scariest looking. Black and white, kind of brown, Victorian, up on a hill, terrifying looking. That's the Crescent Hotel.
You know, he's not exaggerating. In 1886, the Crescent opened as a resort for the rich and famous. The hotel went through a couple reopenings and closings before it landed into the hands of Dr. Norman Baker. As an inventor and radio personality, he used his platform and influence to try his hand at something that could bring him big money. He claimed to find, you guessed it, the cure for cancer. Like Jason said, people were already flocking to Eureka Springs for its miraculous spring water, so Norman G. Baker saw the opportunity and pounced on it. Baker had no medical background or license, and the cure was nothing more than spring water and crushed watermelon seed. In 1939, Baker was convicted of mail fraud and sentenced to serve 4 years in prison. Baker had defrauded cancer patients out of approximately $4 million. That's about $72 million in today's money. While no one actually died from Baker's cure, the investigation showed that his treatments most likely sped up the deaths of those suffering from cancer when they didn't receive effective forms of treatment. Some of his patients are said to still be roaming the halls of the Crescent Hotel today. But let's see what Taylor thinks about that.
How I feel about staying at the Crescent.
It's not that bad. It should be pretty good.
Driving there, my nerves definitely started working up. It sits on the top of the hill of Eureka Springs and it overlooks the town. We drove up and it has the same old creepy feel. We met up with Jack and Kathleen when we got to the Crescent Hotel, which is the general manager and a tour guide. They had a ton of stories to tell us about Theodore's room, which is the room we were staying in.
Being a, quote, non-believer, I wasn't worried about that until all these things started happening, and a lot happens. So doors slamming in front of you, or, you know, I've seen apparitions, and I've seen evidence after evidence after evidence. We do have a small, I don't know, bottle dump or burial site of human remains. Feel free to check that out. As long as nobody gets hurt and everybody gets thrilled, I'm good with it. Yeah.
It's just something about this building when you walk in here. 419 is one of the most popular rooms.
Please don't make me do.
It was Theodore's room. She likes her room, very neat, very clean. People walking down the hall, they'll see an older woman standing at the door, fidgeting in her purse. They'll stop and ask if they can help her, and she'll say, "Oh, no, thank you. I'm just looking for my keys." Well, when they turn back around, she's gone. Now, like I said, she likes that room neat and clean. If she likes you, she does very nice things. If she doesn't, she prefers that you leave.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay, it doesn't open, so maybe we're not supposed to stay here. Is this her room?
Well, the key worked.
Babe, I don't think I can stay here. I'm really...
We have to stay here. What are you worried about?
Can we just leave the door open all night, maybe?
Well, she'll close it. We've already seen that.
I don't want to go in there.
Come on.
No.
Bathroom's nice.
What's in there? Do you really think that there's ghosts in here?
I don't know.
Maybe there's not. Maybe it's just all in people's heads. Until the doors start shutting on themselves, and then you have someone pulling your foot in the middle of the night, and then you're paralyzed because some ghost is trying to tell you something.
It's gonna be fine. The room seems very comfortable. I feel really good about it. It's gonna be great.
You know, I actually sort of like haunted things. I don't know my beliefs in ghosts. I definitely have some stories, but I don't know. I did all the things you're not supposed to. Like, apparently she doesn't like it when the bed's messy, so I started throwing pillows everywhere, and Taylor didn't like that. I pulled my bag down and scattered clothes everywhere.
Then we'll start the GoPro.
And we set up some booby traps. I was really excited. I was like, we're gonna catch some footage. Told Theodora, now's your chance. We're going to dinner. When we come back, you better have rearranged all my clothing or fixed some stuff in here. Wait, do you know the song?
Downtown, there's this place called the Grand Tavern, and both times we've been there has been this guy that's singing.
He's a great singer. Every time we've heard him, I'm like, why is this guy live in Eureka Springs? Like, this guy needs to be somewhere else singing in front of more than, 25 people in a mountain town of Arkansas, but love it.
Glass number 4. And I'm feeling pretty good, but I'm not gonna get to the point where I don't know how to film things because I have to be on my A game tonight because we're hunting ghosts.
And that was where he would store the bodies.
In here?
Yeah.
We finished eating at the Grand Tavern, and then we headed back to the Crescent where we were going to meet up with Kathleen, and she was going to give us the morgue tour. We went downstairs to where the spa is, and past the spa, you get into this really creepy part of the hotel, which is where the laundry is done and all of that fun stuff. And then you go a little bit further, and there's this room of full concrete, and it's where the doctors used to do the surgeries or the biopsies on the cancer patients that had died. And then there's a freezer where Norman Baker stored the bodies. And Kathleen, she asked us if we wanted to go inside the freezer.
Let's go, Tay.
Oh, seriously? Okay, don't leave us in here for too long. How long do you leave us in here for?
2 seconds.
Okay.
Now, one night I did this.
I don't know if I want to do this.
And everybody came walking out.
Yeah.
And the last person was a man, and he stood right here in the doorway, and he took a selfie of himself like this.
Yeah.
When he stepped out, he pulled it up.
And there was someone in it.
And this woman said, that was next to him, look what's behind you.
Oh, gosh.
He didn't have time to Photoshop it or anything.
No.
He would just walk right out.
Why are we doing this? This is longer than 2 seconds. Yes. Oh my gosh.
I was really hoping I would be a little bit more drunk or a little bit more exhausted, but my adrenaline definitely kicked in. And then we tried to go to sleep, but I convinced Jason to leave the TV on all night because, I don't know, something about Friends going in the background made it seem a little less spooky.
I was thinking something was gonna happen. Didn't really know if it would. The sun came out. That's when you know that God is real. But my phone cord, and this was legit. This was legit and weird. I had my phone plugged into the wall. When I woke up and looked down there, my phone cord was at least that far from the wall. And there is no way on God's green earth that I did that. So I don't really know. I'm not one to get all excited about ghosts or make up stories. I just know that happened. So we packed out of there, had some breakfast. Taylor was having a hard time getting coffee, which is usually bad for her. What's going on with your coffee?
I've wanted coffee since the beginning of this trip. It was the very first thing I said I wanted.
Off to get coffee!
and then we ran out of time, which is fine. The next morning, I could have brewed coffee. Here's coffee. But I thought we would be able to get coffee at the main place, and they didn't have any. And now I just wanted coffee with breakfast because I didn't sleep anything, and apparently their coffee machine broke. So
It's not meant to be.
I will have it at some point, I guess.
Jason and Taylor head east to explore Tennessee, Georgia, and the Carolinas. They'll prepare for their 3 upcoming mountain summits by hiking the Appalachian Mountains, spelunking down a deep cave system, and they'll even test their courage by jumping out of an airplane. Let's catch up with the two of them as they make a quick pit stop at a familiar spot in Missouri.
We ended up driving through Poplar Bluff. That was where my grandparents lived. That's where my dad's family was from. And it's funny because even though that was over 20 years ago, we were driving through and all of a sudden I was like, oh my gosh, I think I know where that cabin is.
Yeah, that's definitely the cabin. Yeah, that's definitely it. This was my grandparents' home. That was the pond that I fell in love with fishing in.
I love when Jason gets to reminisce on childhood memories because I don't feel like he does it very frequently.
Haven't been here in 20 years.
You know, his parents went through a divorce when he was pretty young. I haven't met his dad or any of that side of his family, and it was cool to get a little insight to that part of his life.
A lot of this hasn't changed. I mean, heck, even that wagon wheel was there when I was a kid. I kid you not. That wagon wheel has been friggin' sitting there for 30 years.
After a quick stop in Poplar Bluff, it's on to Nashville and a walk down memory lane for Taylor.
So tell me, what is your Belmont story? Why did you go to Belmont?
Why did I go to Belmont? I always loved music and musical theater, commercial music. I wanted to be a singer.
Can you sing something real quick?
Oh my gosh.
Ready?
No. I don't want to.
Here, you can harmonize with me.
That's so funny. I feel like that's the one thing, whenever you say you're a singer, people are always like, well, sing something for me.
Oh my gosh, sing the song.
Why?
Just sing a little piece of it. Ready? And go.
The story of how I got to Belmont is kind of a long journey. My mom heard about it on the country music station in Virginia Beach, and I wasn't gonna go to college, but she just wanted me to check it out. She thought it would be really cool. I've always loved music. When we came here and I stepped on the campus, it just felt right. My dad passed away when I was 17. Because of that, I received scholarships given to kids of fallen patriots. My dad was always a huge advocate for education, so I think he would have been really, really proud. My dad worked so hard from the time he graduated high school. He went straight into the Navy, and he was that guy that, never forgot where he came from. And he worked his way up from the bottom of the barrel to one of the top enlisted sailors in the Navy. And
you wave to your daddy?
He was an amazing guitarist and singer. He taught himself how to play, and he would play for hours and sing country music. Alan Jackson, Tim McGraw, Garth Brooks. It was a part of my childhood. We grew up listening to my dad play guitar and sing. He really believed in getting a college education. And I think after he died, I looked at schooling completely different. I looked at it as a gift. And when I stepped on the campus, it was almost like a little nudge from my dad of this is where you're supposed to be. It's cool that I got the scholarships, but I would have taken him over it, But it is, I feel like if there is one thing that would have made my dad really proud, it would have been to see me graduate from college. After visiting Belmont, we drove around Nashville, and then we went to one of my favorite places, Grilled Cheesery. It's like the best grilled cheese sandwich you'll ever eat.
One with the roasted red pepper stew.
All right. Am I doing this right? Oh, it's just two. Oh, man. That's incredible.
Told you.
We were so full, and then Taylor was like,
Should we order another one?
we've asked 5 times if we should order another one.
It was that good. I was sad that it was gone.
You never hear an ambulance cruising through the forest when you're out fishing for some trout. I am ready to get back to the wild. How about you?
Same.
Back to the wild.
Back to the wild.
Soon, a vertical cave drop awaits that'll test each other's endurance, and a skydive that'll teach Taylor more about herself. But first, Jason picks fun at Taylor.
Jason makes fun of me for saying this, but there really is just
There's just something about the Smoky Mountains.
There is.
There really is. At the time of its emergence, this 2,000-mile, 480-million-year-old mountain range once had elevations similar to those Rockies out west. The soft grandeur of the Blue Ridge Mountains is home to the tallest American peak east of the Mississippi. Along the ridgeline of this mountain runs the Blue Ridge Parkway, a 469-mile scenic highway constructed in the 1930s as part of the New Deal program, implemented by FDR. Its 52-year-long construction put thousands of Americans back to work following the Great Depression. Even closet fans of the mountain range can appreciate that. Stretching from the Shenandoah Valley to the Great Smoky Mountains, these country roads will take you home to the place you belong. Now, the Parkway's old forest growth and panoramic views bring thousands of tourists from across the globe.
You know, you're going through all these little mountain towns. You want to find some cool places to eat.
This town was called Black Mountain, and we stopped at Black Mountain Pizza.
Do you have pizza? This is a bad question, I'm sorry.
He's joking.
Pizza from a bus.
You love Black Mountain?
I love Black Mountain. It's a cool place.
We were meeting Jake and Paige at this campsite that we had actually camped at years before.
Taylor, what did you find?
My niece!
And?
My sister and brother-in-law.
Unbelievable.
Wow, okay. I'll just leave now. It's fine.
I'm excited you guys are here.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding. I'm super pumped. Okay. My family's here.
Say hello.
Caroline.
Hi.
Say hi.
As much as I like the great outdoors, I'm always thankful for a state park restroom.
Do you not like blueberries?
What is this language you guys are speaking? I don't understand it, but she does.
It's baby.
Jake, what are your feelings on this language they're speaking?
This language is, I don't know, it's so interesting.
Do you know it?
I don't, no.
We'll just work on the fire and the food.
So next we found a waterfall hike. Now keep in mind we've got baby Caroline with us, we've got Jake and Paige. I notoriously pick things that are very difficult. Luckily Taylor, you know, she's still on board. That's why we make a great team.
Hey, we made it. We made it to the waterfall. It's actually really pretty. Can't swim up here, gotta swim at the bottom. I felt like it was fun. Me and Jake cliff dove. It was crazy. He did a swan dive. I did a really nice gainer.
I'm pretty sure that Jason
And
did a butt flop.
and Jake.
I think
Jake did a double front flip.
Jason did a butt flop.
Obviously they weren't watching, were they, Jake? Lame.
I feel like I'm not gonna be in good enough shape to do the Grand Teton and Mount Baker and Mount Whitney, so I decided to jog back. They're still back there.
we just started roaming around the area. You know, there's all these unique little towns that are positioned all around the Blue Ridge Mountains, including Asheville, including Black Mountain, you know, all these different little places. So no surprise, the #1 agenda was to go find a coffee shop.
The owner of the coffee shop was super cool, and they roast all their beans right there in front of you.
You know, I just find interest in pretty much everything, but especially things that involve a little bit of science.
Bean temperature?
The bean temperature.
He made us this experimental coffee drink. It was so good. It's so good.
Good and strong.
This is gonna save us a lot of money in our marriage. The next thing on the agenda was eventually to make our way to Lake Keowee. Now, there was a slight little interruption that occurred in there.
Got back in the car, and that's when it started.
I don't want them.
They're just ants.
They're huge.
They don't bite. I haven't been bit yet.
But they're freaking annoying and they're everywhere. I mean, look at that. Crawling on my seat right now. Right there.
All right, I'll pull over. There's an ant. Like, yeah, we've been camping. There's ants. There's another ant. Anyways, it just keeps going from there. So basically, it starts to shut us down. It was this bag that they were in.
There they are. See? There's like 5 of them that just crawled away. Why wasn't this checked before everything was put in? This is the last time I ever let Jason pack the car without checking the camping stuff before he put stuff in here. I mean, literally hundreds of ants in my Jeep right now.
I feel like in marriage, the one thing I've been learning is that you're coming from 2 completely different cultural dynamics.
So like, if I believe that insects are safe, then that's what I believe. If you disagree with me, instead of like feeling your feelings, I just think you're dumb. Well, that doesn't work very well in marriage.
I may have unfairly freaked out about the ants.
If these ants had been evil, this would have been a disaster.
I think all ants are evil. So, I apologize for freaking out to everyone who witnessed that.
Thousands upon thousands of our followers or our parents.
Fresh after the ant disaster, it's pretty clear that Taylor and Jason need to blow off some steam. The place to do that? Lake Keowee, on a quick and zippy wave runner.
It's right here.
How do you feel about wave runnering?
I love it. It helps me release my inner speed demon.
I feel like you were intentionally trying to throw me off.
Whoa, that was, whoa.
Well, you let ants into my Jeep earlier, so it's called karma.
Taylor's dangerous. Time to head back in. We had a blast.
It was amazing.
This lake is beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
Time to head back to North Carolina. We're actually in South Carolina.
Go meet up with my sister and everyone.
The following day, Jason and Taylor said their goodbyes and headed west to Walker County, Georgia, where they'll test their core strength, upper body strength, and ability to work together as a team as they attempt vertical caving.
All right, we just pulled up to our tiny home, literally in the middle of nowhere.
Oh my gosh. This is the cutest. Wow. Oh, this is so cute. Oh.
All right, we got a bunch of stuff to load in. Most of Taylor's gear on. Most of my gear's on. I got each cinder rig built. Should be in a good place. Oh yeah, rope.
You know, one of our goals on really every one of our road trips is just to keep working on our rope skills, to make sure that our forearms are strong, to make sure that we're communicating really good, because eventually when we get on these super hard mountains and we're roped up to each other, I have to know that we're going to be able to communicate properly and know that we're going to achieve these goals if we're going to achieve them.
I think that during this road trip, being able to kind of push myself out of my comfort zone and go into it and be like, even though you have to do it, like reminding yourself, like, no, I'm totally capable of doing this. We're the only ones. Oh man.
I'm a little, you know, a little nervous. It's all right. I like things that make you nervous. Got those flashlights, headlamps, headlamp, backup batteries, backup headlamps. It's a lot of stuff. Let's go find a cave.
Don't be afraid of the dark.
We hike about probably almost a mile, and you're just hiking, and then you see this big hole.
So do we go down there?
We do go down there.
It got a little scary.
It did.
This is the aptly named Cemetery Pit, which goes down a whopping 153 feet. You can't find it on a map. You can't research where it is. Its location is closely guarded by the SCCI, and for good reason. In order to get there, Jason and Taylor had to follow a cryptic map with vague landmarks as directions.
Proceed on Highway 11 until you see the Rising Fawn Market. It is closed, but the signage is still on the building.
This cave is one of 14,000 that reside in what cavers refer to as TAG, Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. TAG is especially known for homing the Fantastic Pit, a 586-foot vertical pit straight into the Earth's crust. For comparison, that's about twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. Caving is no joke, and those who enter them run the risk of falling, encountering flooded passages, or contracting hypothermia. Entering prepared is vital to being safe and making it out alive. Descending can be tricky, but making the ascent back up is the real challenge. Time is of the essence here, as running out of battery life could leave Taylor and Jason stranded in the dark.
Oh my gosh. It's pitch black down there.
It's pitch black.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like if she's ever scared of something, I try to overcome her fear by having like a tremendous amount of confidence myself. But in this environment, like I was struggling for sure.
Harnessed up.
Feeling a little more nervous just because I haven't done this before. How are you feeling?
Feel good. Tiny bit nervous. What do you think?
Can you see the bottom?
No. How you feeling?
A little nervous. Good thing you checked it.
Right in the middle of the rope, a knot. If this fails, that'll catch us. If that fails and that fails, then the big rock up there catches us.
Cool.
Each one requires a fall though. If this one failed, it'd be a 2-foot fall. If this one failed, it'd be a 10-foot fall. If that one failed, then we're gonna go spend time with Jesus.
Please be safe.
Always.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting really nervous.
You're just like it's not what you think it is. What you're standing on has air underneath it.
Oh, that's fun.
She told me that on the phone.
I think Jason was nervous all the way until he got over the first slip, and then you just hear, oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Get on the line and just start descending. It was real weird. Like I was very much like, this is creepy as heck. I mean, it's like a 20-foot wide, perfect cylinder going down 200 feet.
Dang. It's just kind of crazy.
Get all the way down. I got down, you know, in my imagination it was gonna be like spiders and water and like weird animals. But then I got down there and I was like, it was really kind of cool. It was like clean gravel, like the rock walls looked like stuff I would climb. I was like, this is great. So I got down, rated up to Taylor. Everything's A-okay. Come on down.
All right, hey babe, I'm at the bottom. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right, hey, would you just check your ATC, just double check, make sure everything's set up correctly?
Yep, it looks good to me.
Okay, Tay, I am ready for you to come off the ledge. Just take your time. I kind of cruise down sideways. Keep your hands on the rope. You're going to be free hanging pretty quick, so just get comfortable sitting in your harness, okay?
Okay, I love you.
I love you. You're going to do great.
Oh my gosh. This feels terrifying. Okay. Whoa. This is crazy. Oh my God. It is. This is beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What'd you think?
That was amazing. Where are we?
Another world.
After descending into the entrance of the cemetery pit, there are over 3 miles of caves to explore, including several large rooms.
So when we first looked into caving, I was super excited. I love the idea of going into dark spaces. It was also really cool because for the first time in our marriage and in our dating relationship, I was not the one scared.
You know, I'll be honest, I think Taylor was more excited about the cave than me. So for me, it's kind of like, okay, like I want to do this because I think it's going to be a cool activity for this rad road trip that we're doing. But, you know, let's get in there, let's get it done, let's get out of there.
Lunch.
How are they?
They're good. We'll be ready for dinner tonight, though.
Oh yeah. Do you have anything to say to the camera before you start eating up?
This will be interesting.
All right.
I feel like I'm not going anywhere.
She starts climbing and the first 20 feet took like over 30 minutes. And I was like, oh my gosh. I like did the math. I was like, we're gonna be here till tomorrow. Because she has to climb the line, then I have to climb the line. So like an hour later, and we both just like send it out of like a 30-foot section, and we have like 200 feet to do, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, are you okay? What's happening?
The rope was hung on something, and I just no longer hung on that. All right, Tay, we're about 30% up. How do you feel?
I feel okay. I was definitely getting very frustrated with myself. My emotions tend to be really big and loud, unlike some people who hold it all in. So I got a little frustrated, but I think I got the hang of it. We'll see how it goes.
You got it, babe.
Nice. The last 100 feet, Taylor just shredded up the line.
Well done.
You're free hanging on this rope and your harness is attached and you're just like throwing your hand up and you're biting the rope and you're pulling up and you're stepping up and you're ripping out the slack and you just keep repeating it.
I cruised that last 70 plus feet.
She did it in like, I think about 4 minutes, which is crazy. Now I have to do it.
I just sended the line. I was so proud of myself, and now Jason's coming up.
If I can even go as fast as her, I'll be very happy with myself.
Good job, babe.
We did it.
We did it.
Backpacks.
We dropped into a cave and we came out alive.
We came out alive.
There were no descent creatures down there.
Yeah, huh? An orange salamander.
Yeah, but there were no like alien-like figures that were trying to kill us the entire time.
Yeah, that was good, because I felt like we would have just died.
Probably would have just died.
Because our ability to get away was incredibly slow.
Can't stop staring. You've put a spell on me.
Tiny home.
The way you're moving.
Anytime you finish a big adventure, you gotta celebrate.
Greatest feeling.
Store is known for their craft cocktails and their oyster bar. We did not order oysters, but we did get craft cocktails.
Oh man.
Really?
That's amazing.
Can I try?
It's amazing. Yeah, like you're gonna like it.
Whoa.
It's like an old fashioned done correctly.
That's really good.
Truffle fries?
Fries are my favorite thing. Well, I have a lot of favorite things, but fries are one of my favorite things.
We'll always be better than two.
After celebrating making it out of the cave alive, Jason and Taylor decide to test their luck and courage again, this time in a very different way.
Being a rock climber, it's all about staying attached to what you're doing and going up. So there's something very weird to me about falling on purpose.
Based on the fact that I can't do roller coasters anymore at amusement parks, I'm a little nervous about my stomach feeling nauseous, but...
We're at Chattanooga Skydiving Company. We do tandem skydiving, we do AFF skydiving, teach people to skydive.
It's close enough to a big city to have stuff to do and some customers, but on the other hand, out far enough to where we don't really have airspace issues.
You know, if you've never skydived, it's very uncomfortable and kind of weird. Like, you really just feel like you hand your body over to another human, and then eventually they give you your body back, is a good way of describing it.
Please read every single word.
No, but I realize I'm probably agreeing to, like, I'm giving away my children's earnings.
When you walk in, there's this instructional video that pretty much scare you.
It literally is basically telling you that you're going to die.
Simply put, signing this waiver demonstrates your willingness to accept the risk of serious injury or death in exchange for the thrill of making a tandem parachute jump.
Don't listen to the guy on the TV over there. He's terrifying.
Oh, okay.
No, you definitely should. That guy knows what he's talking about. That is Bill Booth. He was a pivotal player in creating modern skydiving technologies and one of the adrenaline junkies who helped make skydiving recreational. He's famous for Booth's rule number 2. The safer skydiving gear becomes, the more chances skydivers will take in order to keep the fatality rate constant. Charming. Legend has it that the first known parachute was born out of necessity when a Chinese emperor needed to be rescued from a burning building. Necessity is always the mother of invention, so someone in the past 1,000 years must have had the thought, hey, I want to do that for fun. Skydiving became much more mainstream once the military began developing parachute technology and using skydiving as a tactical maneuver during World War II. After the war, soldiers decided to take it up and have regular competitions. It became a national sport in 1952, and in the 1960s, commercial skydiving centers and schools began to pop up. Nowadays, skydiving companies across the world bring the thrill of jumping from a plane to anyone. Let's hear from Wizard, who's got some skydiving tips for Jason and Taylor.
First piece of advice I can give you is this. Relax, let your instructor take care of everything. We have 2,000 jump minimum before people can work here. Wow. So quite frankly, everybody you're going with has thousands of jumps. As far as getting out of the plane, well, we push.
Nice. What are we doing?
I'm trying to relax.
There was this one moment where we're like getting ready to go and she's like sitting over the couch and she was not happy. I was like, what are you doing?
I was just trying to go to a space in my mind where I was like, this is not gonna make sense, and that's okay. You're just gonna commit to the experience of jumping out of a plane.
Let's roll. Let's do the deed. We climbed all the way up. I think we went to 15,000. You know, the mountains that we're gonna climb up in the west are like 14,000 feet. And here we are in Chattanooga and we're gonna just fly up there real quick.
And so I was looking down and I, again, just kind of closed my eyes and was like, it doesn't make any logical sense, and that's okay. And I feel like, in a way, that was a huge takeaway for me in connection to life, because I like to make parallels a lot. In life, there's things that seem scary, or things that you don't want to do, or things that you have to work through. And I feel like sometimes we just need to take a deep breath and commit to the experience.
Are you feeling all right? Not so bad. I need you to be on your A game. My A game? You got the B team, bro. Ah, come on! Oh, God.
They tell you when you're in the plane, make sure you do something cool for the camera. I forgot to do that, so the girl made like a heart sign at me, and then all of a sudden I spaz out and start doing all the signs because I was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be cool in this moment, but I spazzed out.
What'd you think of that? Oh my God!
That's a nice landing.
Well, thank you. Get in here, Tay.
Oh my
What'd you
God.
think about that?
That was the best.
Hey guys, thank y'all for coming out. Chattanooga Skydiving Company.
Sound good. That was
See you again
awesome.
next time.
With just a few days left until the start of their epic journey, Jason and Taylor look to brush up on their skills one last time by exploring their home state of Oklahoma. That means camping and climbing at Robbers Cave State Park, learning to trust their gear while tandem paragliding in the Ouachita Mountains, trad climbing in Quartz Mountain, and off-roading at Little Sahara State Park. So let's catch up with the two of them as they hit the road to Robbers Cave.
All right. Taylor has on 2 pairs of glasses right now, and I got my hair cut and a shave.
We just ate donuts and got some coffee, because everyone knows at this point that's my love language.
And we're gonna go road trip Oklahoma.
Oklahoma! I don't know that song.
All right, that's all.
So this road trip is really exciting for me because I think that like my love for road trips have come from living in Oklahoma. Even when I was a kid growing up, I spent a lot of time fishing and camping with my dad. But it's interesting, I think the national perception of Oklahoma is highly inaccurate. Oklahoma in the east, thick, luscious, green, deciduous forest, there's waterfalls, there's lots of stuff you can kayak and canoe. And then as you go south, evergreens start coming up everywhere, and there's rolling hills and the Ouachita Mountains. The Southwest is really interesting. Near the Wichita Mountains and Quartz Mountain, it literally turns into a little bit of a desert. And then as you go north, you know, we have the sand dunes, Little Sahara, which is very unusual. I mean, overall, Oklahoma is just kind of a really, really diverse, vast geologic space.
What is this thing?
It was a red velvet cookie cinnamon roll thing. We're gonna climb 3 mountains this summer. It's gonna be great. I'll work it all off.
Our first destination was to go to Robbers Cave. This is a really special place to him. He grew up going there with his dad, camping, fishing, and I felt really honored to get to go experience it with him for the first time. I mean, I've never met his dad. His parents were divorced when he was 14 years old, and he doesn't really have a relationship with his dad anymore. And so to kind of get to know this man who was a part of Jason's life for 14 years through these different places that they would go, it's pretty cool and unique to just get to experience his childhood in that way.
Are you enjoying yourself?
I'm becoming a butterfly.
We got the tent built. Jeep's unpacked. You wanna give me a tent tour?
Well, you just rocked me. Sure. Okay. Welcome to our crib. Casa de la Robbers Cave. Is that how you say it?
Sure.
A little different from our setup in Colorado. Usually the mattress is pushed up against this side wall. But we were gonna change the aesthetics up. We'll do a little feng shui, so we put it in the middle here.
We got lucky because we originally were doing a tent site, and then we saw these really cool equestrian locations where everybody brings their horses, and we called and I said, can we just set up a tent and camp with the horses? And they said, sure can. So we got lots of nice horses around us.
After getting that all set up, I actually convinced Taylor to let me take the doors off the Jeep.
Officially the first time with the doors off. What do you think?
This is pretty cool. I like it. It's weird because you can like stick your foot out.
The next morning we woke up and we headed out to Robbers Cave.
So the Robbers Cave, like proper area, like the actual cave, is actually pretty amazing.
Robbers Cave State Park is located in the southeastern part of Oklahoma and covers more than 8,000 acres. The land was originally used as hunting grounds by the Osage and Caddo tribes, but when deserters of the Civil War discovered the cave, it quickly became a hideaway for those avoiding the law. Over the years, some of the most notorious outlaws are said to have hidden in the cave, including Jesse James, Ned Christie, and the bandit queen herself, Belle Starr. The surrounding location and terrain made the cave an almost impenetrable fortress. It was even rumored to have a secret passage for criminals to escape out back. Along with its rich outlaw history, Robbers Cave State Park offers a wide range of activities for visitors. Today, Taylor and Jason scramble and boulder up some of the park's complex rock formations to practice for their 3 upcoming summits.
There's a lot of like 5th class scrambling there. There are some trad routes, there's some sport routes. We actually took this chance to just do some scrambling.
How about the view?
It's gorgeous.
Good job. Wait.
What?
Hey, you're wearing your wedding ring.
Well, yeah. I'm married to you, aren't I?
One of our big objectives in taking this little road trip through Oklahoma was not only just to have some fun, because we like to have fun, but also to work on our climbing. We've been having a lot of fun in the east, doing some different adventures and such, but with the upcoming mountain of the Grand Teton, Mount Whitney, and Mount Baker, there'll be a time of year where your forearms are really strong, and then there's a time of year where you're like ate too much food and didn't climb enough and they're not as strong. And so, you know, because of that, you have to be really intentional about it.
Nice little solo. That was fun. That's probably just like a nice little 5-7. Now let's hope there's a walk-off. Whew.
I just have endless memories at Robbers Cave. I mean, the first like hiking or scrambling or rock climbing that I ever did was at Robbers Cave. I think the biggest crappie that I ever caught was at Robbers Cave. I think it's that nostalgia. I mean, there was kind of a gap in time, but before my parents got divorced, me and my dad went there a ton, and then after you get kind of mad at places that you used to go with your family when your family splits up, but then I started going again as I got a little bit older, so.
I haven't gotten any bites at all, so I think I'm gonna set all the worms free into the wild. The fish didn't bite any of the worms, and I felt bad because I had all those worms from, I guess, Canada. So now they're Oklahoma night crawlers.
After exploring Robbers Cave, the two make the short drive to the Talamina Scenic Byway, a beautiful drive through the Ouachita Mountains of eastern Oklahoma. This area is incredibly popular among hikers, bike riders, and even thrill seekers, like Taylor.
All right, whatever.
Wait, should I jump?
Okay. Yep.
Ow!
Are you okay? Are you all right?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's not good. That probably wasn't worth it, was it? You know, sometimes you're too adventurous for your own good.
Something that Taylor and I both have in common that is very helpful in marriage is that we both like to do things that make us uncomfortable. And I think that's critical, especially if you're a rock climber, because there's so many moments in rock climbing where you're asking yourself, like, should I go farther or should I stop? Trusting equipment is such a critical thing in rock climbing. You know, we have these big things like the Grand Teton, Mount Baker, Mount Whitney, in which we have to trust our gear. You just have to get used to the mental state and move forward, and don't let emotion cause you to, you know, make a bad mistake.
We're going to paraglide, learn how to paraglide on Talamina Drive in Oklahoma, which is a scenic byway. It's super pretty.
I had never done paragliding before, and the way Jason described it made it a little intimidating. Just because he's like, yeah, you have this parachute behind you and you have to run off a cliff and hope that the wind takes you up. And I'm like, you do what?
One of the most beautiful scenic byways between the Rocky Mountains and the Great Smokies is the Talamina Scenic Drive in eastern Oklahoma. Located near the state line of Oklahoma and Arkansas is Panorama Vista, which is one of the go-to spots for paragliders and hang gliders in the state. Today, Jason and Taylor are going to learn how to paraglide. Paragliding is referred to as the simplest form of human flight by lovers of the sport. Gliders can climb to heights of 23,000 feet and sail through the sky for hours. So how did paragliding become a thing? Well, it actually grew out of parachuting. In the 60s, the military needed to train parachuters on how to land safely. It was a time-consuming inconvenience to take them up in a plane repeatedly for training. So eventually, the military began attaching parachutists to a truck with a tow rope. As the truck picked up speed, the parachutists would float into the air. They would eventually let go of the tow rope after gaining enough height and float to the ground for a safe landing. During this, many parachutists began to take interest in the floating aspect of their training. For fun, they would take their parachutes and go run off steep hills, floating through the sky until they landed on the ground. Thus, the sport of paragliding was born.
We got to the place where we were meeting Britton. Super nice guy. I mean, the friendliest guy you've ever met in your entire life.
In order for you all to be able to go on a tandem flight, you have to be a student. This is going to be an instructional flight today. So I'm actually going to teach you how to control the paraglider, how to move with your instructor during all of this, and hopefully Soar with the eagles.
Taylor, do you feel better than you did when we, before skydiving? Or before dropping into caves?
How are you feeling?
I'm good. I feel good.
You excited?
Yeah, I actually feel like I'm more excited about this one I did in Colorado because this is a little less. It's actually almost prettier.
Really?
Which is weird because we're in Oklahoma.
We don't have to have any wind. We can run down this grassy slope area just like you would run if you had a kite. What we're going to do today is we're going to use this wind speed that's coming up the slope to soar on that cushion of air. And we're going to go back and forth on this ridge line. That's called ridge soaring.
That was awesome! Woo! We made it! Oh my gosh! Wow! Wow! Oh my gosh! That is
Paragliding was a good example of trusting equipment that we knew nothing about. You get in a harness, you float around in the air, 700 feet up, trust it.
Oh man! That was awesome! Oh my gosh! This is incredible! This is like, I feel like, well, I fly drones a lot. Yeah? This feels like the same kind of perspective that the drone gets.
I feel like it was all of my childhood dreams of being able to fly coming true. Because unlike skydiving, where you're barreling towards the ground and it's this huge adrenaline rush, paragliding is this extremely peaceful, tranquil experience of just soaring above the clouds.
What do you think, Tay?
That was amazing.
From paragliding in eastern Oklahoma, Jason and Taylor make the long drive southwest across the state to one of Oklahoma's best climbing destinations, Quartz Mountain.
There are just these huge slabs of granite that just project out of the ground. The whole point here was just to do a little trad climbing.
How you feeling?
Good. It's a beautiful day.
It's a good day to climb.
It is a good day to climb.
So hopefully we can get on something that feels kind of
Not
sketch.
like it did last time.
Well, my first experience with Quartz Mountain, Jason and I went to hop on a 5.7 that was supposed to be really easy, and it ended up being a not so fun adventure. Jason got maybe 10 feet off the ground. It was really not fun to watch him struggle through it.
Quartz Mountain is sort of known for being this really techy, challenging slab to climb on.
So every climbing area has a book for the most part. We are at Quartz. Got the old Oklahoma Rock 27, the Hobbit. It's right there. So it's a multi-pitch, but we may just do the first pitch and then come off of it.
Going to Quartz to practice trad climbing for the Grand Teton and Whitney, you kind of go to this mindset of like, my last experience with Quartz was not fun, so this might not be fun.
Quartz Mountain, or Baldy Point, is one of the western peaks in the Wichita Mountains and rises 300 feet above the prairie that surrounds it. Most of the early ascents on this mountain occurred in the late 60s and early 70s, but it was between 1978 and 1982 when most of the classic and iconic routes that exist today were established. This granite slab contains some of the greatest technical friction climbs that put even the best climbers to the test. Climbing at Quartz Mountain is both a physical and mental challenge, which makes it the perfect place for Jason to practice leading trad. So what is trad climbing? Traditional climbing is when the lead climber places their own protection, such as cams or stoppers, in cracks found on the route, rather than clipping into pre-placed bolts, which you would find on a sport route. This type of climbing requires much more mental focus because the leader will not only be in charge of placing gear, but also in charge of staying on the route. It also requires the climber to have significantly more technical knowledge in building anchors, setting protection, and climbing in general.
All right, this would be a good starting route here with some bolted climbs.
Oh, slab.
Right?
Okay, well, first thing you do when you pick a climb outside is you unload all your gear and choose what you're gonna use. We are going to start with a sport climb, which means you use quick draws, and then we'll do some trad gear after that. So I'm gonna pull everything out.
Slab is not something I excel at. There's a lot of X-rated, R-rated, PG-13 rated climbs at Quartz, which essentially tells you the level of risk that you're putting yourself at when climbing, and not from a difficulty standpoint, but from a gear protection. Well, if it's PG-13, it might mean that you go 8 or 9 feet before you can find a place to put anything. Well, your fall doubles your rope length. So if you climb 8 feet up and fall, you're gonna not only fall the 8 feet that you fell, but you're gonna fall the 8 feet below it because of the amount of rope that you've pulled out past the last piece of protection.
Okay, you got trad gear, draws, harness.
More stuff.
Water.
Water. I think there's like a rule, like if you can climb here, you can climb anywhere.
I'm not gonna lie, like we ended up picking, I think, the easiest climb at Quartz. I mean, there's climbs at Quartz Mountain that are X-rated, which basically means it's a free solo. So I get on it, and it's so funny because I'm not joking. Apparently the climb I was on is like the access point to most of the climbs. I guess a lot of people don't even like use a rope there. And I just sit there for a moment and I'm like, golly, like this slab is so frustrating. It's hard, it's a major mental game because you're looking down and you're seeing your feet and you're just like, are they gonna stick? I don't know if they're gonna stick. So I stood in this one spot for like 10 minutes.
And I'm not really used to seeing Jason go to these headspaces of where he feels intimidated. And I think, again, it's just a really humbling thing for me as a belayer to realize, like, okay, I need to be on my A game in case he does lose traction or something happens, and I need to know what's going on. I can't rely all on him to save us if something epic happens.
I don't know. Just frustrating. I feel like my feet are about to blow out from underneath me. And I hate that feeling because your feet blow out and you fall. And this is a very easy climb compared to what we're doing in Wyoming. So.
I'm feeling frustrated because it's supposed to be easy.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Are you okay?
I kicked the wall.
Oh, babe.
We hike over to another area to get on an actual trad climb. Once again, sketchy, nasty run out, just like doing everything I can. Frustrated, get to like the start of this climb, and I just sit there and, you know, play patty cake with it for 10 minutes, don't feel good, and I just bail.
Well, I am bailing, which is super frustrating because I'm trying to train, I'm trying to feel confident. Instead, I feel super not confident. I just don't want to get hurt. The road trip won't happen if I break my leg.
So honestly, Quartz Mountain was a fail, a bust, a letdown. You know, we drove 4.5 hours to get here, and we're really trying to work on our skills because like the next mountain is the Grand Teton, and like I'm leading this whole thing and it's all trad. Not only that, but you're at like 13,500 feet the whole time. So I'm like, surely when it's comfortable and warm and I'm 500 feet above sea level, I can lead something.
As a wife, watching him struggle when you're used to him not struggling is difficult to watch. And then you start thinking about all these things that we're trying to accomplish this summer, doing 3 of, some of the harder mountains. You do start to kind of wonder, like, are we biting off more than we can chew?
So next thing we do is, luckily we had planned to just take a little breather from the psychological warfare of climbing on slab and go to the Little Sahara.
Like the name suggests, Little Sahara is Oklahoma's own personal desert, located in the north-central part of the state. It's a geographical oddity that has been the favorite of outdoor and off-road enthusiasts from around the country.
I think it's gonna be awesome. So much fun.
You're not worried about us getting stuck in the sand?
Maybe I should be. I bet my lack of worry is a current thing.
We were going to rent ATVs. All of the ATVs were rented out. But lucky for us, we have Rubio, my Rubicon.
So we cruise out there, and it turns out it's a blast. I will never hesitate to take the Jeep out there again.
Jason was a little apprehensive of how far he could push the Jeep on the dunes. I think he's kind of driving a little bit more carefully.
You know what? It's kind of one of those things. This whole trip is about venturing into the unknown. I like the unknown. Quickly, I thought, you know what? Let's just hand the keys over to my wife. And she's bold, and she's ready to try new things.
And then he's like, do you want to drive? I was like, sure, I'll give it a whirl. In high school, when I was learning to drive, my driver instructor told me that my nickname would forever be Speed Demon.
And she just with no hesitation, just takes off.
I just went full throttle forward, and it was amazing. It was so exhilarating and just a really fun activity. It was a great way to spend the day.
Little Sahara is fantastic. Driving around the dunes was so much fun. I just literally could not believe that I have lived in Oklahoma my entire life, and I have never taken a Jeep out there and just had a blast.
Done with the dunes.
Done with the dunes.
Head to Tulsa.
Yep.
Work on some more climbing.
Yep. It's training time.
Training time. Let's go.
With 3 challenging summits on the horizon, Jason and Taylor return home to Tulsa to take one last opportunity to prepare. There's no better way to test their skills and mental toughness than with a late-night climbing session at Climb Tulsa.
So we wrap up the dunes, and thinking about the bust on Quartz Mountain is kind of like on my mind, and we've decided to make our way back to Tulsa and go to Climb Tulsa and just put in some lines.
Really, our goal at Climb Tulsa is to push ourselves with lead climbing, which is not my favorite thing.
For me, it's really important that Taylor understands lead climbing well. And I do think she tends to withdraw a little bit from lead climbing.
I think my relationship with climbing really changed last year. Climbing for me was always a fun activity that I got to go do with my friends, and I felt really confident. I didn't really think about the risks that come along with it. About a year ago, we went out for a climb on my birthday in Eldo Canyon in Colorado, and on our way down, we were kind of trapped in the canyon because a climber had fallen and died. You know, it's just this realization. And then you start looking at accident reports and start reading about all the things that can happen climbing. And it is a part of climbing.
Nice.
Like, risk is a part of climbing. Every time you get on a rock wall, like, you are accepting the fact that something terrible could happen. I think that my head went to the extreme. Instead of looking at it as fun, I just looked at the risk.
All right, make that clip. Take the fall. Take the fall.
Take.
I got you.
I don't want to take the fall. Take.
I'm taking you.
Oh my gosh.
You got it.
No, I don't want to.
You got it.
Jason.
You got
take
it.
the freaking rope. Take it.
You know, marrying Jason, everyone kind of joked that we'd always be on the run, and that they joke him, like, saying that, oh, what are you gonna make her do next? And I love adventure. I love climbing. I love being on mountains. But I do think that there's moments where my mental game, I'm like, gosh, am I going to shut myself down? Am I gonna be the thing that stands in the way of doing these really amazing things because I can't get over this fear of failure and being perfect? And I think that's what these mountains are for me, is proving to myself, like, I am strong enough and I am capable, not only physically, but mentally too.
You got it.
No, I don't. I hate overhangs. And I hate getting frustrated and not being able to do stuff because I should be better.
You don't have to be great at everything.
Yeah, I do. You got this.
You know, there's this line in the archway. I've been working on this stupid line. I mean, long story short, I try the climb and I fall, I try the climb and I fall, I try the climb and I fall. So I give it everything I can. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking about this stupid fail that we had at Quartz. The next thing's the Grand Teton. And I get up there and I just can't do it. Like, I try, and honestly, I get real frustrated. Like, I'm not somebody that, like, yells and gets angry. I just get disappointed. And so I just try this stupid climb over and over again. I just fail it until the point that my forearms are burned out and there's nothing left.
And you know, it's kind of a not fun way to leave the gym, feeling defeated when you have 3 mountains on the horizon. So we packed up, got in the car, and I just kept thinking, like, are we gonna be able to do this? Gearing up for the next road trip.
Jeep keeps changing every time we go somewhere.
We're learning as we go. We're going to be more organized this trip so we don't have another pandemic. Hopefully, we don't ruin the house in the process. So we head out in 3 days for our next road trip, and this one is going to be very long. It includes 3 big mountains. So I'm doing a little bit of mountain food prepping. This is the first time I've ever made our own food for mountaineering, so we'll see how it goes.
The bag is on top. The hijack is installed. The drawer is installed.
We're all packed up and ready to head out for a month.
The next road trip, this is the one that I've been waiting for. This is the road trip where we're continuing, and each road trip is flowing into the next one.
The big kahuna, the epic road trip that we had been planning for months and months and months. The one that incorporated 3 huge summits.
You know, I couldn't be more excited. Really, you know, it was years ago that Taylor and I, like, talked about this idea of road tripping the West. And I think it was kind of inspired by this idea of, like, could we go do something for a whole month and just go to all these cool places?
Hey, you missed a spot.
You're not even gonna help me?
You're doing it really good.
So our first stop on the trip was Wyoming. We were headed to the Grand Teton for our first summit, hopefully. And to get there, we went through Hays, Kansas, spent the night there.
OMG.
And we're going to also go through Colorado to spend some time with my grandparents.
Jason and Taylor hit the road heading north through Colorado to eventually settle in Wyoming. They'll explore Jackson Hole and even Yellowstone National Park, but their real objective will be to climb and hopefully summit the Grand Teton.
We made it to Morrison, Colorado. What does this place mean to you?
My grandparents live here. They've lived here since I was born. It's where my mom grew up. And yeah, I love this place. We used to come here at least once a year, usually in the summer on our way up to Minnesota. It's pretty spectacular in the foothills of Colorado.
They have this beautiful house in this small community in the foothills of Colorado. Super southwestern vibe, very rustic, and I love going there because my Nana is a phenomenal cook. She makes the best Mexican food I've ever had in my entire life.
Everybody going through the
Hello, Dawn.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Rose,
Hello.
would you like to give some commentary about your tasty salsa?
I'm glad you like it.
What are you making?
Okay, I'm making an enchilada casserole.
Enchilada casserole.
And I'm making it for you too.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's chicken with chili with some mushroom soup, and now we're just going to bake it for about 20 minutes, so warm it up, and it should be ready to go.
I need first impression.
Oh man, just that little tiny bit of chicken was really good. All right, let's get some cheese, because cheese is where it's at.
Got the gear packed in.
So we had a lot of fun staying at their place.
Bye. See ya. Love you guys.
Jason and Taylor continue north to Jackson Hole. Before they can begin the climb, they'll need to reserve one of the few remaining camping permits from the nearby Rangers station, so they'll need to get there quick.
Taylor's driving.
Woohoo!
Where are we going?
We're going to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I don't know why I said it like that.
We were wanting to get to Jackson Hole in time to go to the permit office to get our permit for the Grand Teton, which we were hoping to summit the next day. I took over driving for a little bit because Jason needed to work, and there's this weird thing that happens on the road periodically, sometimes worse than others. We run out of gas.
What's going on with the fuel?
We're almost out of gas, and I don't know where the next gas station is, and we're in Wyoming, which means there's few and far between places to stop.
I'm not sure what Taylor was like before she married me, but I'm certain that it's likely that she has inherited this running out of gas problem from me, because I run out of gas more than anyone I know. And, you know, this is likely not to be the first time on this road trip that we almost end up on the side of the road. How are you feeling?
I'm stressed.
What are your feelings?
I'm stressed.
Why are you stressed?
Because I don't see a gas station.
We're in Laramie. It is a giant city in Wyoming. It's not a small city.
Okay.
And look, you have
barely any.
10 whole miles.
Who knows?
I'm really challenging Taylor to grow her faith on this road trip.
What?
The first activity to do such is to not get fuel until you're under 10 miles.
Range low. Range low.
Range low?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
We're gonna run out.
No, we're gonna be good. We're gonna be good.
I don't even know where the next gas station is. I don't. We're supposed to get on the interstate here.
Let me use the Google. Stand by.
Everyone and their freaking mother is here. Oh my gosh.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get to a thing.
Well, if we were at Love's.
No.
How come this car is blocking both pumps? Oh, that pump's out, so it's okay.
This is really annoying. Well, we made it to a gas station, thank God, and right in time for me to run out of fuel.
We are coming over Union Pass by the Wind River, and I think we might get our first look at the Grand Teton. We'll know really soon. Yeah, I think you're gonna see it right out over this ledge. There it is.
Man.
Oh my gosh. It does. It looks unclimbable. It just looks terrifying. It's no wonder I want to climb it. I mean, it's like the most aesthetic mountain in the U.S.
It is crazy how intimidating it looks. Just a sharp, pointed knife head pointed towards the sky. Tomorrow or the next day, we're going to be climbing it.
Making it to the top is much easier said than done. The Grand Teton sits at an elevation of 13,776 feet, with approximately 6,545 feet of prominence. The jagged, sharp peak that resembles a shark tooth is one of the most recognizable and iconic mountains in the country. The Grand has captivated and inspired generations of mountaineers to try for a summit. The first climber to ever reach the top is still a bit of a mystery. Some claim that Nathaniel P. Langford and James Stevenson claimed the Victoria's summit in 1878. Others say the pair actually climbed a side peak named the Enclosure, and it was William Owen and Frank Spalding who were actually the first to summit in 1898. Regardless, the Grand Teton is a summit that continues to get the best of even the most experienced mountaineers, like Jason.
The Grand Teton is a mountain that I have tried to climb 3 other times. The closest I ever got was my very first attempt. We were 200 feet short of the top. On descent, we took a route down that was not the route we came up, which is kind of like 101 mountaineer no-no. And in doing so, we were on about a 50-degree angle of snow. And my left crampon folded off my boot, lost my footing, took off down that angle. We proceeded to go about 40, 50 miles an hour down this high angle snow across 3 or 4 rock outcrops. At the bottom of this chute is a 500-foot vertical cliff, and that's kind of the end of that. And it was terrifying. And it was slow and long enough that I honestly thought that this might be it. And I'm like, 1, 2, 3, and we both just jam our axes as hard as we could, and we jam our heels as hard as we can. And it's just like we start slowing down, and then we come onto a rock outcrop, and it's like, and we stop. I immediately put my hands on my thighs because I'm certain that I've broke my femurs, or I've shattered my knees, or my ankles are compound fractured sticking out. And like, there's nothing, like everything's fine. There's no bones sticking out of my legs. And then I'm just like, oh my God, we're okay. So anyways, that was Grand Teton trip number 1 a long time ago. Ever since then, it's kind of haunted me because I'm not one of those people, like I don't get defeated. You may defeat me now, but I will come back and defeat you if you're a mountain. You can understand why it would haunt you, because it's beautiful and terrifying. You want to climb it, but you're a little scared of it. And I like to always have control of what I'm doing for the most part. I already know that the Jenny Lake Ranger Station is a climbing ranger station. So anyways, I put a call in. I'm like, hey, I need to get this permit. And they're like, oh, you got to go to the ranger station over near the Yellowstone entrance. And I'm like, that's weird.
So what's going on?
Well, climbing is such a challenged hobby of aligning like 27 ducks in a row. So you have to get a permit to sleep in the Garnett Canyon to put yourself in a nice position to have the best likelihood of sending your route on the Grand Teton. And they have 1 permit left on the moraine for tomorrow night, and then lots of permits available for Tuesday night, so no problems there. But they close at 5. We're gonna get there at 4. He has 1 permit left, and he said, I can't sell it over the phone, but get in here and it's all yours. So all we can do is drive and hope, because if it does sell out, then the only permit we can get is the Meadows. And I don't want to camp at the Meadows on a summit day. I mean, that's just not a thing. So I guess we'll see.
So we made it to the place where we get permits from. Jason went up to talk to the guy and hopefully get our permits for the Grand Teton. Does not look super promising. He looks extremely pissed off.
You have to go to the climbing ranger station. Jenny Lake, 100%. Yeah, I know, I just had that conversation with 2 different people and they said to come here. No, Jenny Lake, 100%. That's where you have to go if you're climbing. Sweet.
I was like, man, I tell you, it's fine. I'm not trying to criticize the federal government staff at the national parks, but very frustrated, is what it is. So anyways, I'd already talked to them on the phone. They said they had a few permits left over earlier in the day. So we go over to Jenny Lake and they're like, we're sold out. There aren't any left. The only ones they had left were like really low on the mountain. The whole thing that's unique about the Grand Teton is you have to like understand, this is true with Mount Everest, it's true with almost all big mountains. You have these different places you can camp, and where you camp is going to have a big impact on where you wake up and try to make a summit from.
All right, so I just left the ranger station. He said we can get a permit tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. for the upper or the lower saddle, and that the upper exit route is clean, clear, and beautiful. So we should have a great shot at summiting. Woo!
And that means tonight we get to go drink wine and have a lovely time and not be rushed.
Might even be able to use the swimming pool.
And get back massages.
Maybe so.
Go hunt some animals. Not really hunt them. We're gonna shoot them with camera.
Woke up the next morning around, I think 7, decided to head out. We had tons of time while we waited for Jenny Lake Ranger Station to open. We found this beautiful lake, not Jenny Lake, but it was pretty close to there, and just walked around for a little bit, ate some granola, took some pictures, and just chilled.
What are you doing?
I'm eating my bag of granola.
Where did you get that bag of granola?
I found it.
If you've never been there, you just have to go. It's like one of the most beautiful parks in the United States. It's unbelievable.
This is our view for breakfast.
After burning some time and eating some granola, we headed back over to the ranger station. Well, we get there and I see this line.
Yeah.
The question now is, will we get the permit we need to get on the mountain that we want to climb?
You have to be kidding me. Because I know that these permits keep selling out and I'm like, I cannot believe this. I could have been first in line, but instead I'm 30 people deep. So we go get in the line, you start talking to people, making friends. You know, what are you going for? Oh, we're going for the Grand. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, where are you hoping to camp? The lower saddle. Oh yeah, that's cool. Like, what about you? Oh, I don't know. Probably same thing. So I'm sitting there like counting heads and I'm thinking about all the camp spots and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're not gonna be able to sleep at the lower saddle. We were supposed to be summiting today and that already got blown out. So now we're gonna try to summit tomorrow. If that gets blown out, like what is gonna happen here?
Yeah, there we go.
So we stand for like an hour plus. We finally make our way up to the front. It's like the moment of truth.
Tomorrow night, lower.
Lower saddle?
Yes.
It is full tomorrow night.
It must have just happened, didn't it?
Yeah, well, no, actually, lower saddle's been full for a while. We have availability in the meadows tomorrow night.
Oh my God.
That's it?
Yeah.
The moraine?
Yeah.
I came in yesterday and failed, so I came in this morning too.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can't book anything past tomorrow night. Dear Lord.
Yeah, no, this is the busiest time of year, and we're up 20% this year, visitation.
Yeah.
No one's going to Disneyland, they're all coming here.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
And my heart sunk, so I was like, oh man, like this is what we came for, and I tried to come yesterday and it didn't work, and like this is our only option, and like we're not gonna be able to do it, and we drove here from Oklahoma. And the guy, it was so funny. I think honestly he might have made an exception. He was like, oh, look at that. We got one left. And I was like, huh, weird. Either God just showed up or this guy's feeling a little sympathetic. I'll take either one of those two.
Okay, we got the permit to the moraines.
Which is not where we want it to be.
It's not the lower,
but it's not the meadows.
It's the next closest.
Sucked.
After finally securing the permit, the two can make the relaxing drive north to explore Yellowstone National Park.
So we just left Jenny Lake Ranger Station and we are headed to Yellowstone to go find some animals, take pictures of waterfalls and geysers, and just have a good time.
The world's first national park was born on March 1st, 1872, when Ulysses S. Grant signed the Yellowstone National Park Protection Act, which made it illegal for the 2,221,766 acres of land to ever be developed. Not only is Yellowstone the first national park, but it's also home to 10,000 hydrothermal features, half the world's active geysers, 67 different species of mammals, 285 species of birds, 290 waterfalls, and 1,000 miles of hiking. It also sits on top of one of the world's largest active volcanoes, making Yellowstone itself a supervolcano. But don't worry, it's closely monitored by scientists, so if another eruption was to occur, we should have ample notice. Every year, millions of people enter this park to enjoy all of the unique volcanic activity, free-roaming animals, and beautiful landscapes.
At Yellowstone, our goal was to go on a photo scavenger hunt.
And we kind of had a short list. It was like, okay, let's capture some animals, let's capture some of the big scenics, and so here we go.
We made it to Yellowstone, got past the gates, and the first thing we see is this beautiful gray owl.
After that, we went to the upper and lower falls, shot some photos of both of those waterfalls. The colors on the wall by the lower falls was just incredible. Then we went to Old Faithful, shot that geyser, water coming, spewing out, particles everywhere, sun going through the geyser. Yellowstone is a really, really, really remarkable space. I mean, I think everybody needs to go to Yellowstone at some point in their life.
We saw a bear, a grizzly bear.
He was actually eating a bison.
It was kind of crazy.
Next, we kept on driving. We saw 2 huge elk on the side of the road. She got super close.
It was probably the coolest animal picture I've ever taken in my entire life. We went through the Hayden Valley, and Hayden Valley is really popular for seeing animals. Bison are super popular. You will see tons of buffalo in Yellowstone National Park.
And then I shot some pictures of Taylor over at the very end in this hot springs area where there was steam everywhere and everything was completely whited out. The sun was so bright through the steam, and it really made for a unique background on those pictures. Overall, I would say it was a huge success. We got all the pictures that we wanted to get in Yellowstone. It's the morning to begin the Grand, and there's this energy that comes with big mountains, for me anyways.
Good morning.
I get so enthusiastic. It's like this addictive adrenaline rush. And it's funny because I always have a lot of energy. Like I feel good, like when we're unpacking the car and getting our bags. And so the Grand Teton, the Lupine Meadow parking lot is the parking lot that you park at. The way we have this thing orchestrated is that we are going to hike in to the Moraine campground, camp that night, and then wake up the next morning, and then that's when we're gonna go for the summit.
All right, here we go.
Onward.
Onward.
To the Grand.
Are you so pumped right now?
You know, this mountain, we have a turbulent relationship. It's like we've broken up several times, and then we keep trying to get back together.
This time it will work. Hopefully.
We're probably 300 feet up and half mile in.
How's it going up there?
I feel like most of the time when I'm on mountains, I go into this headspace of like all these insecurities I have about myself. So this time I've been really trying to take myself to a beach in Mexico, drinking a margarita, just staying focused and disappearing from what's actually happening, which is my legs are killing me. But we made it an hour without stopping, which was really freaking good. And we're 2 miles in and we've only been hiking an hour, and it's probably about
We might be 2.5.
2.5. So
Yeah.
we have about 3-4 more miles till we get to
Camp.
camp, which is awesome, but it only gets harder from here.
Yep. Feel good now that we took a breather. Feeling strong.
How's it going?
It's good. We're almost to our hour 2. We're probably 2,000 feet up. We're entering the Garnet Canyon. I think we're doing great on time.
How are you feeling?
I'm drenched in sweat. You know, we live in Oklahoma. Your lungs, no matter how good a shape you're in, they're like, hey, where are we at? Where's the oxygen?
All right, we're about to go in our first boulder section. How you feeling?
Oh, this boulder field, it's annoying. It's easy to get lost in. That's gonna be the goal, is not to get lost.
Not to get lost.
To get through it.
But first we're gonna get water.
We're making pretty good speed through the first boulder field. I don't feel like we're lost. And that is a really good feeling. It's about 5.5 to 6 hours later, and we're walking into the moraines, which is where we will set up our tent. I think we're gonna hit our goal. Yeah, he said you stay on the trail. Oh, crap. Must be our spot.
It is our spot.
I haven't been able to find motivation to do anything.
That's okay.
Good news is it's closer to the water, so.
Whew. And we got in early.
Made it to the moraines, set up camp, went through our gear, packed our gear for the next day, and had a ton of time to just kind of relax and get our energy back up.
We got in earlier than we wanted to, which is so nice. Because now we get to lay down, and when you hike that long, especially how many vertical feet we did, laying down is like going to Disney World on steroids.
Going to Disney World. My body hurts. There's a part of me that was like, if we're tired when we wake up, we should just rest again tomorrow and summit the next day.
Dude, I was thinking the same thing.
But I was like, I don't want to say it out loud.
No, I'm for it.
Let's just see how we feel.
I'm so for that. It's not even funny.
What are we doing?
Go and get some water so we can make dinner and not be dehydrated.
True that.
When you don't eat all day, and then you hike for 6 hours. I'm really excited for food.
I'm good. I really hope that this boils.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm good. I have a headache. You know, mountains bring a lot of emotions.
What emotions are you feeling?
Just really want to get it, you know?
Yeah.
I just want to get it. It's right there looking at us. All right, what's up?
Well, we're up. It's about 4, and we're starting our ascent to the summit. So, wish us luck.
Sun's starting to come up. Middle Teton is illuminating. Here we go.
All right, so we are scrambling right now. It's not that bad going up, but I just keep thinking about the down climb. And now we're trying to find the traverse.
All right, I'm standing at the traverse. That's the Middle Teton behind me. And we drop down into the gully and we get on the Exum route. Here we go. Obviously, there's always a level of energy that comes at the beginning of a climb that makes you feel kind of like, ooh. But that's okay because I like it. That's why I climb. How are you?
I'm good. I'm all nervous, but I'm good.
I think you have to be nervous to do this kind of stuff.
That's true.
It's okay. You know, one of the most important things about mountaineering, besides all the knowledge and capability that you need to have, is your attitude and your mindset. People that come into mountains like with any level of doubt, you have to like answer those questions before you get there. Like you have to come into it going, I'm gonna summit this mountain and nothing can stop me. What's up, man?
Not much. How was it?
I didn't actually love it.
Yeah.
At the same time, like mitigating risk and definitely being intelligent about how you do it is a critical part. I mean, I've turned back on dozens of mountains. The Golden Staircase is known for being one of the most aesthetic, rad pitches in alpine climbing because it's beautiful, it's easy, and the exposure is outstanding. So to your left, thousands of feet. To your right, even more thousands of feet. Sun totally on you, and you're on the high arête of the Exum Ridge, which just feels good.
And this was the worst part of the climb for me because I made the ultimate mistake of leaving my jacket pocket open.
I see her coming over the ridge, and she's right there, and I'm like, all right. And I'm looking right at her, and I'm belaying her up, and then she just says, no, 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 no.
And I feel my phone come out of my pocket, and I see it go stumbling down the cliffside.
And I watch her blue phone fall out of her right pocket of her raincoat and just disappear down the face in towards the Garnet Canyon, down a cliff that goes and goes and goes and goes. You know, losing a phone happens, and it's not gonna shut down a mountain climb, but the major issue was that over half the footage of our entire road trip was on Taylor's phone.
I felt so stupid. Literally, I felt so demoralized.
She comes over, I kind of just go into shutdown mode, like, all right, well, I gotta go get it, you know. I'm thinking there's no way on God's green earth that I'm gonna be able to get her phone. It's not gonna happen. She just dropped it down this sheer cliff. I'm frustrated because we're so ahead of schedule, and I'm like, this is unbelievable. Like, the goal was to be in the place we were by, I think, 10 a.m., and it's like 7:30 a.m. So anyways, I try to go fast, get on rope, lower myself down. I cannot believe it. About 150 feet down the cliff, shebang, right there in the sunlight, I see her phone. Now that is really crazy, because when you see these mountains and the amount of rocks that are turned up on their side and these deep chasms that are in between these rocks and flakes, and I mean, like, there's no way you're gonna find a phone that just stumbled down a mountain over 100 feet.
I feel like it was a moment where I learned a lot from Jason on how to handle situations because I knew he was frustrated. He had to be frustrated. This was gonna set us back. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If we can't make it, there's a bell point and 2 pitches.
Well, we should be able to make it, right? I'm like, can I just stay here? This feels safe.
It's about to get worse.
What?
The thing about the Exum Ridge is it has various options everywhere. So I see these guys go up and I'm like, that doesn't look like the right way. I'm gonna go up this way, it looks more interesting. I go up the more interesting line, it turns into this sketchy little roof that I can't get on and I can't protect it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I just wasted 15 minutes climbing up this stupid thing that I can't do. So I start coming down. I think I wrapped my line, so I sling the rope around a boulder, I rappel down it, and we're climbing on this granite that's like sticky as sandpaper. Well, I can't get the rope out.
The rope's stuck?
Yeah.
Swung on a boulder.
And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, that's just so frustrating, because now I'm like, we're having this perfect day. Like, we are going to summit this mountain. And the phone debacle, that caused us about a 15, 20-minute slowdown. I was annoyed, her phone's shattered, but at least it's functioning. Now the rope's stuck, which means I have to climb back up there and unstick it and figure out how to get down safely, which is very challenging.
That was a little frustrating. Let's go get on route and stop this nonsense. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Stupid. That black dike rock is like sandpaper. So the rope wouldn't. So I had to put it on quartzite, which is scary. Whatever. Oh my God. I should just be able to unhook this one now. It's stuck. I didn't think it was barely gonna hold me on rappel.
When I started, I believe it was around 9 a.m.-ish or 9:15, and I burned up almost an hour, and I'm just like, no, because I'm thinking in my head, like, this mountain wants to defeat me. Like, the Grand Teton does not like Jason Burks. It is not going to let him climb it. End of story, because this is try number 4, and I'm just so frustrated.
I like meander. I run off path and it ruins everything.
It didn't ruin everything. We're still ahead of schedule.
I am trashed.
And in that moment, I didn't know if we were going to make the summit.
We're still ahead of schedule.
I am trashed.
Really?
So after having a moment and kicking some rocks and just feeling flustered and aggravated, I'm just like, all right, it's go time. Let's freaking do this thing. We have to do this thing. We have to do this thing.
Leave it to Jason. He is the type of man that does not quit. This man's ability to push through exhaustion and physical exhaustion and emotional exhaustion is out of this world. I get exhausted watching him sometimes.
Just topped out the crux pitch. It was pretty sketch, like 20 to 40 foot runouts on slab. But I got it, and now Taylor's coming.
Get to the friction pitch, which is the crux. I thought it was really fun. You have all these little like knobs that you get to hold on to. There's some like things that feel a little slippery, but it was pretty solid in my opinion.
What do you think? If you can do that, you can do anything, right?
For sure.
Finally, we get to the V-notch. It's awesome because you have like full exposure to the left. So you just like, you're way up there and it's just like kind of jetting out the left edge of the arete. Brought Taylor up. It's got a fun little move at the end where you kind of got to take a high step into it.
I just finished V-notch. It took a lot out of me. It's a strong pitch. It's easy to protect. It's not hard. It's just long and muscly.
I feel like we're almost there. We have to almost be there.
We are now at the Petzold layback section.
Why did we sign up for 3 mountains?
I don't know. It made sense at the time.
I'm just not used to doing stuff like this.
Doing great. Just think of how far you've come. Just trust it and come on over.
You ready for this? I think this is the part where we both kind of realized, oh, we're gonna make the summit.
That was a long climb. Yeah. Welcome, Tay. This is what the top feels like.
Yay! The view at the top of the Grand. So you see the mountain ranges just jetting up and the valleys and the lakes and all the pine trees below you. And it's this moment of just realizing I am so small in this huge world. But this was cool because he hadn't ever done this, and it was the first time we got to overcome something to that magnitude together.
To achieve that summit and then to achieve it with Taylor, my wife, was really exciting. And it's just kind of cool because you get to experience these things that really mean a lot to you with your wife. What a freaking spectacular summit that was.
I need this specifically for when we need something. And now we can teach chocolate.
The top of the Grand. I don't know what to say. Tried it 3 other times. 4th time we made it. And I'm super stoked. It's like the most epic mountain. So.
Thanks for climbing it with me.
Yeah. Standing on top of the Grand Teton is definitely one of the highest points of my life.
All right, Tay. What do you say?
It is one of the greatest accomplishments that I've ever achieved. And it was really fun, again, to just be standing on top of that mountain with Jason.
You know, summiting any mountain, there's this moment. You get to the top and you do celebrate, but then very quickly after celebrating, this kind of little looming cloud comes into your mind and it's like, oh yeah, now we have to get down.
At the first rappel, Jason's getting the rope ready.
You know, one of the interesting facts in mountaineering and climbing is that the majority of accidents actually happen on descent, not on ascent. You're thinking about your energy level to make sure you have the best possible chance of descending, because that is when the accidents happen.
Thankfully, there was a guide at the top with us, and XM guides are incredible. And we were kind of just, you know, casually like, hey, do you mind if we follow you down so we don't get ourselves lost in an epic? And he was all about it. He was like, yeah, sure, no problem. Just head on down with us. And the second rappel was a little bit longer. There was a group that was already set up and they asked if we wanted to jump on.
Well done.
And as we go down, there's another party behind us. We just heard them yelling like, rock, rock, which is pretty much the common term in climbing and mountaineering. That's what you say when you knock a rock.
We just had a huge rock. It didn't take us out, but it tried to.
Big.
Everybody's okay. Over and out.
Actually, when you look at the statistics of different reasons that injuries and death happen on mountains, strangely, rockfall is pretty high on the list.
Hey.
Good job, peanut butter.
Ah,
Good job.
I'm ready to be down. I'm done.
Even hiking out of the Grand and accomplishing that entire climb, it really made me glad that we had continued to push ourselves to train leading up to this trip. I mean, I know that even though it was little things, but when we were out in Arkansas doing some trad climbing together just to make sure that we were in sync with each other, and going out to Quartz and falling and failing and getting frustrated, but like pushing ourselves past frustration. I mean, all of those things were good preparation for what a big mountain like the Grand Teton brings. And so I think a lot of those things, they all contribute to our ability to have the success that we had, which was great.
All right, it's morning time. We weren't able to film much on the descent because it was pretty rough, pretty beat up, but we made the summit.
We made it. I'm ready to look like a human being again and wash my face.
Time to pack up.
All right, we're packed out and we're gonna hike out. We're almost back to the car. Jason can't even talk at this point. We're back in the car. How you feeling, Jason?
Oh man. That mountain, I don't care who you are, that mountain will wear you out.
But we're back, we're gonna go get some Mexican food and then hopefully find a place to shower.
That's one summit down, 2 more to go. Next up is Mount Whitney in California. But on this episode, Jason and Taylor turn south to explore the state of Utah. They'll make a pit stop at a unique hotel in Idaho. Then it's on to Moab, where they'll rappel, do a little off-roading, and explore Arches National Park. They'll even do a little canyoneering, then spend a relaxing couple of days on Lake Powell in Arizona. But first things first, it's margarita time.
All right, we made it to your restaurant.
And we're not in Mexico, but I did get my margarita. I've been really trying to take myself to a beach in Mexico drinking a margarita. How is it?
It's really good. Jimmy, we're celebrating your first meal, not in the mountains.
I'm so excited.
After a celebratory meal, it's on to Utah. But first, a quick detour into Idaho to spend the night at a special hotel that Taylor found.
Best thing about road trips is you can be driving and see something super cool and just pull over because you're on a road trip.
I love how on road trips you kind of get to take little detours every now and then that lead you to really beautiful places.
So we're headed to Utah. We take kind of a weird route. We cut out of Jackson Hole over into Idaho. We had booked this unique stay on the way south in Idaho in a potato.
I was really excited about this. The potato itself was designed by the Potato Commission Committee for their 75th anniversary, where this gigantic potato was gonna tour around on this red truck through different states. The potato toured the country for 7 years before it finally retired. Christy Wolf, who is an incredible builder, she ended up getting this potato and converting it into this tiny home. I was so pumped to go to this tiny home.
What is that?
Legitimately a potato.
Wait, this is where we're staying?
Oh. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at this place. It is a Taylor Swift vinyl. Oh my gosh. There's chocolate. I'm staying here forever.
I mean, it is kind of cool.
Look at this place. There's fresh flowers in a vase.
What a sink.
Yes, it's a little baby sink.
Mr. Potato Head's for me.
This is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Rise and shine.
Good morning.
Did you sleep good?
Yes, I slept amazing.
All right, we're going to shower in a silo. Whoa, it's our own Swedish spa in the middle of a pasture in the middle of Idaho.
After enjoying a relaxing morning at the Big Idaho Potato Hotel, the two turned south to Moab.
So we woke up the next morning, then we headed off to our next location, Moab.
You know, Moab is a really special town that if you've never been there, it'll surprise you. You know, you've got Arches National Park right there. You've got canyonlands all around you with cool rock features. You have some of the best off-roading terrain anywhere in the US is right there in Moab. You have outstanding rock climbing. And then on top of that, Moab itself is this cool little town that has tons of little restaurants, lots of hotels. It's a great little epicenter in the West to go play from. It's a fun destination for sure.
We made it to Moab, and it is a completely different world than I'm used to, but it is spectacular.
Our first goal when we got to Moab was to go do this climb/rappel called Looking Glass. And I've heard so much about Moab and how amazing it is from Jason that I was so ready to get there and see it for myself.
We made it. Right on time.
We're at Looking Glass.
5:32.
Woohoo!
It's a very, very cool feature. It's like this super easy climb that's about 150, 200 foot long up the side of this arch.
How's pitch one?
Oh man, that was crap.
I think you climbed it in maybe a minute 10.
That was awesome.
Time for the next part.
It was gorgeous. I mean, the desert is such a different feel than Wyoming. It was really awesome to go from an environment like Wyoming to an environment like Utah.
See if I can keep up with you. Oh man.
What?
How was that climb?
So easy.
That was really fun though.
It was.
I'd do it again without a rope.
It was a nice little warm up.
At the top of the climb, I mean, you just can see into Moab, and it is stunning.
We made it to the top.
We made it to the top.
Up the Looking Glass.
Lots of beautiful rock.
All right, it's time to do the rappel.
There's this big old crack that splits the arch, and there's fixed anchors there, and you can hook a rappel to it, and you actually rappel down through the middle of this thing.
Took some trickery. Yeah.
No one should be feeling anxious right now because I have all the anxious feelings. Just me.
And I watch her bone fall out of her right pocket and just disappear down a cliff that goes and goes and goes.
All right, Jason, are you ready? Okay. This is pretty cool.
All right, what'd you think?
That was so fun. That was awesome. Yeah. I actually really like rappelling. I was a little nervous because the exposure was for sure there. But the second you get over the lip and you're just chill, it was so fun.
So we woke up this morning and what you doing?
Swimming. We're supposed to be rock climbing. We're just better swimming.
There's a rock there.
Yeah, see? All right, so we were supposed to be climbing this morning.
We were gonna do
ancient art, a multi-pitch. But then last night, we felt tired.
We're feeling pretty beat up.
And we're feeling pretty beat up from the mountain. We're game planning some other activities in Moab.
The other thing that we were evaluating was the temperature. I mean, it was a whole lot hotter in Moab, you know, than it was obviously on the Grand Teton. So it's like, do we want to go get in 100-degree weather on this big trad climb that's super famous, and there's likely to be a bunch of people climbing on it? So we get in the Jeep, pack out of there, we're driving through Moab, and we see these like ATVs on the side of the road that you can rent. And I was like, why don't we just do that?
I love you, Jeep, but we're switching over. Hey, is this better? Is this okay since we're not rock climbing?
We're gonna go this little dune buggy thing.
You excited?
Yes.
All right, we're going to Hell's Revenge.
I knew that there was this line there called Hell's Revenge. It's known for being this absolutely incredible place to go off-roading, take your Jeep, take your ATV. This park was so amazing. The first area of the park, I think it was fins and things. We go in this area and I'm just freaking out, loving it.
It was amazing. The cool thing about ATVs is you really truly can do things that you cannot do in any other vehicle. I mean, Jason was just like going up these crazy rocks, and
come on in.
Sometimes I felt like I was at a 90-degree angle, completely laying backwards as he's crawling up this rock formation. It was crazy and so fun.
Kind of crazy, we have the whole place to ourselves.
And then he let me drive. I'm gonna kill us! And much like our trip to the sand dunes in Oklahoma, I loved it.
Riding in the passenger seat. Taylor's driving like crazy. She's taking us on stuff that I would never go on. But she knows what she's doing.
So Jason and I took some turns. I drove for a little bit, he drove for a little bit. We finished off fins and things, and then we headed over to Hell's Revenge.
We are entering Hell's Revenge, which already feels kind of terrifying.
Don't want to drop off there.
That was intense. Like, I mean, it was very intense. Like, there was areas, I mean, there was a guy in there in a Jeep Rubicon, but I was like, I am really glad we didn't bring ours in here because I would have been terrified.
Don't want to stop now.
But we were crawling up stuff like that vertical. I mean, it felt like we were gonna roll backwards, but we just kind of held our breath and climbed up it real slow, and we went pretty deep in the park, and then we actually had brought some wine because we thought, why not have a little picnic in the middle of the desert of Moab?
Wine and cheese in the middle of Moab.
My butt is burning, but
On Hell's Revenge.
which is fitting since it's like 500 degrees out.
It is about 106 right now, which is probably not a comfortable temperature for most people to have cheese and wine, but
And then we noticed that we were closing in on the time that we had to bring this thing back, because we're like, oh crap, we have like 20 minutes. And we're like deep into Hell's Revenge. And I'm like looking at the map, I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if we're gonna get out of here. So we jump in and just start gunning it and crawling over stuff and going as fast as we can and getting out of there. And then I think we pulled into the place like 1 minute before the ATV was due back.
After escaping Hell's Revenge in record-breaking time, Jason and Taylor hop back in the Jeep and make the short drive to Arches National Park. Located just north of Moab, the park is home to more than 2,000 beautiful natural sandstone arches. The park was originally named a national monument in 1929 by President Hoover to protect all of the stunning sandstone formations that reside there. However, in 1971, Congress elevated Arches status to national park as a way to recognize the over 10,000-year-old cultural history that flourishes in the park. The arches you see here are formed by natural forces fracturing the rocks along with wind and water erosion. There are also several different types of arch formations that exist in the park, including cliff wall arches, freestanding arches, pothole arches, and natural bridges. One of the most famous geological formations in the world is a freestanding arch named Delicate Arch, a 60-foot tall formation that has a 46-foot high and 32-foot wide opening. The allure of this arch is undeniable, as you can normally find hundreds of people gathered to sit and stare at its beauty. While the arch formations are the main attraction, Arches is also home to several other sandstone formations, including spires, fins, and balanced rocks.
I feel like Utah was really fun because I was getting to experience a lot of things that I've heard Jason talk about, but I haven't actually gotten to experience. And one of those places was Arches National Park.
Arches National Park is probably one of the coolest parks in the United States. If you haven't been there, you have to go there. There's all these little arches everywhere. There's little hoodoos everywhere.
We made it to this unusual arch.
Double arch.
The double arch. What do you think?
This is awesome.
It's pretty.
And we scrambled up in there, which was really fun. So beautiful. I mean, it's sort of a magical land. I feel like, especially being there at sunset.
What I loved about Arches is I feel like you kind of got to step away from the crowds that are normally at national parks and just really enjoy it.
After exploring Arches National Park, Jason and Taylor head southwest towards Zion National Park.
Our next location is Zion National Park, and we leave Moab around a time that we're going to be driving into the park when it's dark, unfortunately.
Guess we'll wake up and see the beauty of Zion, since it'll be pitch black when we get there at 1 o'clock in the morning.
But that's okay, because we're going to spend a few days in Zion, and I'm really excited because we're going to be staying in one location in a treehouse. This resort is super cool. You're staying in yurts, you're staying in glamping tents, you're staying in tiny homes, you're staying in tree houses, and they overlook this beautiful landscape. So we go to bed, wake up the next morning, and get to explore a little bit.
For me, like, we travel a lot, so I think we're always looking for rare, weird places to stay. This is definitely one of those. Zion National Park. I think it's underrated. I mean, I feel like Zion, the right time of day, the right time of year, is one of the most spectacular views and has some of the most spectacular views that you will find anywhere on planet Earth.
So we are about to head out to do our first hike in Zion, and I'm so excited to see this national park. Jason talks about it frequently and about how I would freak out because it's so beautiful. So we're gonna go do Observation Point. I'm pumped that it's a chiller hike than what we had come off before. And yeah, let's go check it out.
Observation Point via the East Mesa Trailhead is a 6.7-mile moderate hike to a beautiful overlook of Zion National Park, which encompasses some of the most scenic canyon country in the United States. Zion National Park was first a national monument named, this, and eventually expanded and was renamed Zion before it became a national park in 1919. In 1909, Zion was essentially inaccessible to visitors because of poor road conditions and limited railway. When it became a national park, construction began on a 25-mile road through Zion so visitors could enjoy the stunning red rock landscape. This highway became one of the greatest engineering feats of modern times by cutting through the vertical sandstone cliffs of Zion. This national park is an adventure mecca with several slot canyons, hiking trails, and tons of climbing. But you don't have to be an adventure enthusiast to enjoy all Zion has to offer.
So far, we are a quarter mile in, and I'm starting to glisten. We're pro mall walking. Right now, Taylor's winning. She's got me beat. You can't run. That's the kicker. It's a walk. I already thought I saw a bear.
Where?
Over there.
Really?
Just a tree stump. Nothing new.
Do they have a lot bigger than Utah?
Yeah.
Oh.
We made it to observation point.
The Grand Canyon of Zion.
As you can see, it's a heck of a view.
The desert is a unique space in that it's really cold at night and it gets really hot in the daytime, and it's kind of hard to judge that. So we were talking and we were like looking at our water levels, and we were running out of water, and it's like getting hot now, and you know, it's pushing 80 and going to 90 degrees, and it's like, okay, we just have 2 miles. Let's just jog back.
I hate running that close.
If we can jog it in 15 minutes, if we run out of water, it's only 15 minutes that we're out of water. But if we walk it and it takes us 45 minutes or an hour, well, then we're out of water for like an hour, so that's not good. Now, the downfall of that is that when you jog, you tend to need water more.
I don't know if that was the better decision.
Yeah, that was exhausting. We got about a half mile. How would you describe your feelings?
Right now?
Yeah.
Irritated.
Why?
Because you told me we were like quarter mile or almost there, a mile back. And then...
We were 3/4. We were under a mile.
This is a constant battle. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've run out of gas and how many times I've run out of water. Like, these are 2 common things in my life. They always happen.
Feeling pretty white. Definitely want a smoothie. Smoothie.
Yeah.
So we made our way through this beautiful drive through Zion. The rocks, the canyons, all these different things that you get to see. You get to see them all pretty much by just driving. It is the most beautiful national park you will ever go to. Grab some lunch in Springdale, get some ice cream. We decide to cook dinner that night back at our tree house just to kind of take it easy. So we go to the grocery store, grab some stuff for burgers, and then we get back in our car and head back to the tree house.
How did they get out? Are they supposed to be?
They broke the fence.
We just pulled up and witnessed buffalo breaking the fence and crossing the road. They broke the fence and they escaped. This is proof that animals do not belong in captivity.
I think those are ready.
Gluten-free.
Man, those onions. Not trying to brag on myself, but
You did a good job.
We're supposed to wake up and go canyoneering, but our bodies don't work.
The Santa Fe. Yours looks good too.
Next morning, wake up. This was a morning that we've been planning for a while. Where would we do some canyoneering? But we were trying to find something that was right for us. You know, we don't have a lot of experience canyoneering, so it's entry level.
So we are not professional canyoneers. I'm sure somebody will have a problem with the gear I'm taking, but lots of slings and cordelette, and I'm gonna go ahead and bring a sender just in case for some funny reason we decide to get stuck in a canyon and we have to aid our way out on a line.
Canyoneering is unique in that what you are doing is you are rappelling into a canyon and you're descending the whole time. I found this, I think actually Taylor found it, and then I researched it, this area called Birch Hollow. It looked really interesting. Like everything I read, it was like a great place to go for the first time canyoneering.
Canyoneering around Zion is one of the main draws to the region. It combines route finding, rappelling, problem solving, and hiking, all into one outdoor activity. The route Jason and Taylor are taking at Birch Hollow includes a series of rappels, with some descents being up to 120 feet in length. In all, they'll descend about 500 feet as they explore the beautiful canyon.
How you feeling?
Ready to start.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
What?
it's changing. Look ahead.
I thought you saw something. Yeah, it is. That's amazing.
Hiking in to Birch Hollow, it was pretty like ambiguous. It was kind of like follow this creek bed to the first rappel. So we had to find the creek bed and kind of follow it. And we're walking through this creek bed, and all of a sudden along the hike, I can't remember what we were talking about, but we stumble upon
squirrel.
Yeah.
Up at the top of the
Oh, gross. Oh, man. That is a deer leg.
Well, that's fun.
I don't know how I feel about that. What would do that? A bear? Or a mountain lion?
Mountain lion. Yeah, that's mountain lion.
Do you think it's still here?
I doubt it. Just because that would be the right answer. Just the leg? Where's the rest of it?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a mountain lion because it probably ate it up high because that's what they do.
And dropped it?
Mm-hmm. So
I don't see any.
I would just keep moving.
I don't see any footprints.
Yeah. It probably slid down the gully. But yeah, I would just keep moving.
We make it past that point and find the spot where we start dropping down into the canyon. We start rappelling down, and it is so fun. I mean, if I haven't said it enough at this point, I'm obsessed with rappelling. It was just a really cool experience. The first two drops were just, drops into more hiking down this creek bed, but then you finally get to where you go into the canyon a little bit more and drop into some of the more beautiful rock formations that are red rocks that are more typical of the slot canyon vibe.
Hey, look back this way.
We take turns rappelling. I was super surprised Jason let me rappel first down some of them because he's usually, he likes to make sure I'm safe, and I really appreciate that. But I also really appreciate about Jason, and I feel like this is true for any relationship that he has in life. He's really good at protecting people, but he's also really good at encouraging people to push themselves in situations. And I feel like this was an area that he let me do that,
These walls are so gorgeous. If I could transplant these into a home, I would. The texture is just phenomenal.
I think it's millions of years of texture.
It is. That was awesome. Wow.
I think that's it.
Fun. Those are great beginners.
Canyon.
Yeah. I was gonna say route, so I guess that's acceptable too, right?
Now to get out of here. Going down is always
Easier.
Here we go.
Much like down climbing a mountain, apparently getting out of a canyon leads to its own types of interesting things.
You know what they say, the climb isn't over till you're back at the car.
We know we have to get out, and it's getting to be around that time that if we don't start moving out, we could hit dark, and we didn't want that to happen.
We're lost.
It says that trail out is on the crest, so I'm going up. We're gonna have to bushwhack. And I'm not saying this to scare you, but we really should try to move fast, okay?
Fine.
It was so confusing and really frustrating. We were bushwhacking pretty much the entire time. And of course, again, we start running out of water. Route finding on this particular exit was extremely difficult. I felt like the information that Jason was reading was super vague and really confusing. So it took us a while to find like the starting point of getting out of the canyon itself. I'm really frustrated, but I can tell that Jason is something other than frustrated because he keeps saying, we have to make it out of here before dark.
I'm freaking out a little right now because we're still super far from the car and the sun's going down.
I'm like, Jason, you have to tell me why do we have to get out of here before dark? And he's like, well, I read it. This area is really prone to have a ton of mountain lions in it. Ow.
Making progress. Hike out. It's way harder than I can.
My throat feels really closed off. Can't breathe too well. Hoping we make it out before dark. We found it.
Oh, seeing the Jeep around the corner is a very, very, very good sight.
Especially when there's a ton of mountain lions here, apparently.
They got about one more hour before they're ready to start feasting on lost hikers and more deer.
After bravely navigating the mountain lion-infested woods, Jason and Taylor decide to take it easy by making their way southeast to Page, Arizona. Here, they plan on spending the next couple of days relaxing on the beautiful Lake Powell.
When I think about Lake Powell, I remember the moments with my family. I think about tubing, water skiing, jet skiing, like all these really fun activities, but I didn't remember how beautiful this lake really is.
It's a crazy view.
Now, I don't know anything about Lake Powell, honestly. It is crazy. Like, I didn't realize, like, this lake didn't exist. It's essentially, I mean, it's the Grand Canyon with a dam on it. That's really what it is.
Lake Powell was named after explorer Major John Wesley Powell, who charted the area on the Colorado River via 3 wooden boats in 1869. The area he explored is now the second largest man-made reservoir in America, stretching 180 miles from Page, Arizona to Height, Utah. It was formed in 1963 following the building of the Glen Canyon Dam. Its purpose? To hold a massive quantity of water, 26 million acre-feet to be exact. This water is used for power generation and water supply for the lower basin states of California, Arizona, and Nevada. Lake Powell is also a major vacation spot in which about 2 million people visit each year. The lake is home to stunning scenic beauty and offers visitors endless recreational opportunities, including boating, deep water soloing, paddleboarding into slot canyons, camping, swimming, scuba diving, and so much more.
It's a really unique lake, and then it has all these arms and tributaries, and it even has some slot canyons that run into it. So our objective in going there was really A, explore it in the boat, but B, there was a slot canyon called the Labyrinth that Taylor had found, and you needed paddleboards to get into it.
It's time to pump up the paddleboards.
So we paddleboard back into this canal, and it's just so peaceful.
That's a tall mesa. I mean, that's like 1,000 feet right there, probably. I wonder if it's climbable. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh man. We have 2 other mountains to do. Let's not be looking into mesas.
What do you think?
Oh my gosh. This is so fun. I love it. I feel like Pocahontas.
Pocahontas. I feel like Winnie the Pooh. We've made our way into the labyrinth.
This is cool.
This is wild.
This is amazing.
Whoa.
What? Where are you? Jason? That's not funny.
Well, that was definitely a slot canyon. That was like a quintessential slot canyon.
Just got done with Labyrinth Canyon. It was
amazing.
So we get back to the boat, head on our way to find a place to sleep, and luckily we found this sandy beach that was open, and we pulled the boat up. We set up camp, which was kind of comical because we didn't end up sleeping in the tent. So we decided to nix sleeping in the tent and grabbed our sleeping bags and kind of made some beds on the boat and slept out on the water. So the next day we woke up and we were super excited because this day was really just all about getting to explore the lake.
And we get in the boat and start driving, and it's just beautiful. And we've been cruising along for like maybe an hour. Now we're like 12, 15 miles into the lake, hours away from the marina. And I remember thinking, well, this lake is very, very unpredictable. I will never forget it. It is the most awful sound you've ever heard. I just ran the propeller into rock and destroyed the propeller. Now I do remember when we rented the boat, the lady said, "See this spot? Don't drive through here if your life depends on it." I do. I drive the boat through there.
Jason is inspecting the propeller because we just hit a rock.
The bottom fin of the motor I just completely annihilated there.
What are you thinking?
I don't know.
I mean, it was really frustrating. I was really excited to be on Lake Powell again. I had all these great family memories. I was so excited to show Jason because I feel like it was the first time that I was getting to invite him into something from my childhood that he had never experienced before. And all of that kind of went away in that moment. I was like, oh, great. Our trip just got cut short.
I'm sorry if I ruined Lake Powell.
You didn't.
It's okay.
Taylor is, I would say she's aggravated at me. I think she handled it pretty kindly, but we wait, and we wait a couple hours. And then finally the guy from the rental place shows up. Now I'm not gonna lie. I'm thinking they're gonna show up and be like, "Give us our boat back, you suck." The fact that he was able to show up with a propeller 11 to 15 miles in on the lake, jump on the boat, fix the whole thing, 15 minutes, he's done. He's like, "All right, you're good to go." So that's a little creepier than I thought. I'm coming off. All right, not a big fan. Here we go.
After enjoying Lake Powell, Jason and Taylor turn west toward California. They'll start today's adventure exploring the beautiful Lake Tahoe. Then they'll take Rubio wheeling on the Rubicon Trail, and they'll even visit Avenue of the Giants and take a walk through the ancient forest. But today's main objective will be to climb and hopefully summit the tallest mountain in the continental US, Mount Whitney.
I was a little nervous as we made our way to California. We were still pretty beat up from the Grand Teton. I mean, the Grand took everything out of me. And then going into Whitney, I was a little bit more like, oh my gosh, what is Whitney gonna feel like?
And this is kind of where, for me, the road trip gets really exciting because I've spent a lot of time in Utah and Colorado, and that's sort of where the line draws. This is all brand new space for me. Mount Whitney is something I don't know anything about. I just know it's in the high Sierras. Not only that, but it is the tallest mountain in the continental US.
I was definitely happy that our first stop was not Whitney, that we were going to another lake, Lake Tahoe, to kind of relax before we hopped on Whitney.
We are just now arriving in California. I guess we're still in Nevada. We're right on the line in Lake Tahoe.
Going to Lake Tahoe.
What do you know about this place?
Nothing.
There's redwood trees and a giant blue lake.
With mountains surrounding it.
And we're staying on a beach, which makes you happy.
Yeah. We might get a back massage. It's gonna be great.
What do you think?
It feels like a beach town.
It does. This is awesome.
Do you want to do that?
What was that?
Watermelon mojito?
Yeah, I like the name.
Let's do it.
What you got there?
A watermelon mojito popsicle.
Best popsicle I've ever had in my entire life. Cheers.
Cheers.
To having fun. He said it was his favorite drink.
Oh my gosh. Did you just tell him to make you your favorite drink?
Yeah, for my wife.
Oh gosh.
Huh?
Oh.
No? Pretend to like it. It would cost a lot. Go for it.
It's interesting.
It looked like you hated it again.
Whoa.
There we go. That's a little better. Tell me what's going on here.
There's this group over here, and they have a speaker and a microphone, and this guy thinks he's a DJ, but he's not a DJ.
He basically just keeps picking out girls that he thinks are cute and telling them to stand up.
You just stand up. Come on, stand up one more time. Okay, hold on. Stay right there. Stay right there.
What do you think?
Oh my gosh. It's gorgeous.
Lake Tahoe?
Yeah.
South Lake?
Definitely want to come here again. How is it?
What?
How is it?
It's everything I hoped it would be.
So I had a very specific picture in my mind of what I wanted our swimming spot to look like.
What do you think?
It's beautiful. It's very different.
Taylor had seen some images of Lake Tahoe, and it is a remarkable lake, kind of terrifying. I looked it up, and it's like 1,600 feet deep, but in the shallows, it's crystal clear.
Lake Tahoe straddles the border of California and Nevada and is the largest alpine lake in North America. It's also the second deepest lake in the United States, with depths as low as 1,645 feet, holding enough water to cover the entire state of California with 14 inches of water. The town of Lake Tahoe is a major tourist attraction, being that it offers activities for visitors year-round. In the summer, the area offers water sports such as paddleboarding and parasailing, hiking, horseback riding, and rock climbing. In the winter, the area turns into a ski town that gets an average of 215 inches of snow annually. The fresh powder drives the town's reputation and economy, making it one of the best places to be in the winter. No matter the time of year, Lake Tahoe is the perfect place to unwind or explore.
All right, so we're trying to get to Taylor. She's a seal. She went over to the Seal Island. We got some paddleboarders, some inner tubers, some swimmers, boaters, beach people behind me. What do you think about this place?
I love it. I really like that you can like lay out on a rock instead of sand. You don't get all sandy. I feel like we found like a hidden gem.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people here.
Yeah, and I will say, the cold water felt really good on my calves, because my calves still hurt from our climb on the Grand Teton.
What you doing?
Soaking my legs.
Why?
Because they hurt.
What do you think of this place?
I love it. I can't believe how warm the water is to be a glacier lake.
This is amazing.
Road trip worthy?
Oh yeah, for sure. 1,020%.
Somehow, on our rest day, we find ourselves hiking again. I blame Taylor for this one.
What?
Just kidding.
After swimming, I convinced Jason that if we were going to do Mount Whitney, we needed a back massage first. And I'm really happy we did that. We found this place in Lake Tahoe and they were amazing.
All right, what do you think?
I feel so relaxed. I feel so good. I'm ready to do Whitney. And if we can get a massage in Washington, I can guarantee a summit.
I almost passed out when she was massaging my calves, but walking out of there, I feel completely like 70% better, which is pretty intense.
You felt so good.
That was worth every single penny. This is how you know you're winning, when you're in South Lake Tahoe and you're at the laundromat doing laundry. Bark root beer, egg sandwich, some kind of weird hamburger. What is this?
A peanut butter burger. Do you just like me saying peanut butter burger? Like anytime we're talking, have you had peanut butter butter yet? Honey peanut butter butter? Have you had jelly peanut butter butter? Have you had butter butter butter? Peanut butter burger.
On lettuce.
On lettuce.
Yum.
That was actually pretty fun. The weather was so good.
At this point, we've been on the road for a week and a half or 2 weeks. Did some laundry, ate some lunch, and then headed off to the Rubicon Trail.
We are driving as fast as we can in Rubio, the Rubicon, to try to make it to the Rubicon Trail before the sun goes down.
Our goal is to make it through the gatekeeper.
I've been told the gatekeeper is exactly as it sounds. It is a very tricky, difficult off-road obstacle.
And if you can't make it through the gatekeeper, then you might as well turn around.
We just wanted Rubio to get a chance at his destiny. So far, the Rubicon's doing good. I didn't get off the obstacle yet, but...
Yeah, that's okay. This is just a test run for the real thing.
Obstacle number 1 clear. Taylor doesn't like off-roading, I have found out.
It's not that I don't like it, it's that when you talk down to me like I'm a child.
I need accurate readouts.
Well, I'm not good at that. I'm sorry, I'm trying. I'm watching.
We don't want to hit this with this. We're going to keep this away from this. I'm a literal inch from hitting your fender. Taylor, how long is an inch?
Don't be a jerk.
Well, I guess that's it. What do you think?
I think it's beautiful. We just came and played around on the slab and stuff, but, you know, it's pretty cool.
The gatekeeper?
I don't even know if this is the gatekeeper, is it?
I don't know. It'd be kind of funny if it wasn't.
We might not have made it through the gatekeeper. But
Yeah,
you know
this is
what?
probably just the entrance.
It was still really beautiful.
Yeah.
We came in just as a pit stop on a road trip, and we didn't make it here till late. So the sun's going down. To be smart, we're gonna head back. But you know, it's kind of epic just being here.
The Rubicon. On the Rubicon Trail.
From the Rubicon Trail, Jason and Taylor make their way south toward Lone Pine, California. This is where they'll gear up to climb and hopefully summit Mount Whitney. But as always, first things first.
We're taking a little diversion here to the Walker Coffee Company.
We're getting coffee so that it can make me feel better because my lips hurt so bad right now.
Coffee fixes everything, right?
Obviously. Now we can start driving to Mount Whitney.
The next day we wake up, and this is the day that we begin our journey to Lone Pine, which is where we'll be sleeping the night before we do Mount Whitney. The drive there, again, was beautiful. You're seeing all these varieties of landscapes. We found a cute little town, got some coffee, grabbed some lunch there. There's like a legend of this giant bear that grants you a wish, and you have 3 tries to get a coin from the mouth of the bear into this little wishing well.
All right. That's 1 try. Did you get it?
Whew. 2 tries, I get a wish. Of course, my wish was that we summit Mount Whitney. Again, like with mountains, you kind of never know. Everything can look picture perfect on paper, like perfect weather. We have a guide who knows how to do it, and one thing can screw the entire trip up. So I just wanted all the luck on our side, even a legend of a giant bear.
This is really exciting because I have no idea where we're going. And so we're just driving, I'm kind of geeking out. Like I'm like seeing these big prominent peaks just like jetting out of the surface to the west of our drive. And it's really exciting. Like I'm definitely like a kid in a candy store.
We are driving into Bishop, California right now, which sits at the base of the eastern Sierra Nevadas. This is the first time I've ever seen these mountains, and they are quite a spectacle. I know that they're mostly granite. These are the same mountain range that Yosemite is in, and these spires are huge on the eastern side. Like, it's very unusual. It looks very climbable. Food in Bishop.
The night before we don't eat anything again.
The night before Whitney. Mexicano. We went to a little Mexican restaurant, ate some food, and then we headed to Lone Pine. So we're driving in, it's getting late. I mean, it was a long drive to go from Tahoe all the way to Lone Pine. A very strange little town to come in at nighttime. You see all these neon signs and you feel like you're stepping back in time a little. You can tell it's a tourist town, but you're not 100% sure why. It's because Mount Whitney's right there, but we can't see it because it's nighttime. Apparently, you know, which we find out in the morning, but Mount Whitney like overlooks the town, which is pretty epic and crazy. So that night, you know, there's still that agitated emotion of like, oh, we're about to go do something crazy and we still feel beat up from other climbs. But you gotta pack your gear. And packing the gear, to me, it's kind of a ritual, but it also is like these fun moments. I love sorting gear. I think all people that like climb and mountaineer are like gear nerds. We laid our gear out everywhere, took over the entire room, gear, 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 packing it down, weighing the packs, feeling them, how we doing. Everything's set and ready, time to go to bed.
Okay, we're in our hotel room and our guide, Howie, is almost here. We're gonna go through our gear, then we go climb. How you feeling, Tay?
I don't know, if it's half the length of Grand, I think we'll be okay. How slow we go, that's another story, but whatever.
The peak does not look so intimidating from here. I mean, keep it in mind that we're climbing the face of it, so that's intimidating, but you know, at least the mountain isn't like daunting and scary looking the way.
Yeah, the Grand.
The Grand's just like a scary looking mountain.
What did I come here for? Was it just to see through? Like a dusty window. What's on the other side?
Do you have any feelings now, like looking at it, driving at it?
Definitely not as scary looking as the Grand. The hike in, for some reason, is always more intimidating to me than the climb, but I don't know. It doesn't sound like it's too intense, but we'll see.
I think that I lost my shoes. I'm certain that they're gone.
So tell me, what are we doing right now?
We are heading up the North Fork of Lone Pine Creek, my friend.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is this the normal way you go?
This is the best way, the most direct way, most efficient way, and the way to access the technical rock climbs this side of Mount Whitney.
Sweet. How you feeling? Feeling all right?
Yeah.
So pretty.
We're on the Ebersbacher ledges, and this is the part where we have to take our time, be careful, climb securely, and just follow me. I'll give you some coaching and spotting where we need it.
Sounds good.
All around me. Thought I love that I could learn, but it left me on the levee. I took a drink out of the darkness. I saw a shadow on the corner. He was drinking Coca-Cola.
All right, so we are at 10,300. Trip's going really good so far. I left a GoPro mounted to the Jeep, so that's unfortunate. And overall, this hike's going great. It's absolutely beautiful. Love it. Howie, what's your analyzation of our performance? Are we like a 5 or a 6 out of 10, or how are we doing?
I only get 10. I think you're like a 10.
Oh, come on. No, come on.
8?
Okay.
At least a good solid B minus.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Take that. I mean, we're from Oklahoma. We don't claim to be anything we're not.
No, you know, gotta put it in perspective.
What is this place?
This is Thor Lake.
Is this your spot?
Well, it's our spot.
Okay.
We don't own the mountain, we just visit.
We are staying near one of the most beautiful lakes below Mount Whitney. There she is. We are at our campsite. I'm a little bit off to the side of our campsite. Found a little nice area to sit down into. I appreciate my sunburnt lips that are cracking and peeling currently. It is beautiful up here. Otherworldly. It does feel like you're on the moon. Not a lot of green, just a ton of rock and slab. It's breathtaking. Reminds you why you love climbing so much, because it takes you to these really unique places that you wouldn't be able to experience if you didn't climb. So I am looking forward to tomorrow. I'm interested to see if we get off. It'll be interesting. It'll be fun.
It's funny, it's like a camera just does not do justice. Guarantee it's gonna be cold. Whoa. Yeah, it's icy cold. It is icy cold. It's like needles icy cold.
We should get out then. What do you have?
I'm having spaghetti.
Oh,
Spaghetti and tomato sauce.
Tomorrow, we're gonna head up to Mount Whitney on the East Buttress. We're gonna probably take a couple hours to get up to the base and then rack up, and then up to the scrambling sections where we move together, more of like old school alpine climbing. And then we'll come up to the summit, mantle up to the top, and see all the hikers on the trail, and they'll ask which way we came from.
Nice. Climbing update, it is about 7 on Monday, and we are going to go ahead and go to sleep. We're gonna wake up, not too crazy early, we're gonna wake up, I think like about 5 and head up. So weather looks really good. You can see the mountain back behind me, that highest peak there to the left of my head. That is that's Mount Whitney.
Mount Whitney is the highest peak in the continental U.S., with an elevation of 14,505 feet. The mountain was discovered in July of 1864 by a California Geological Survey team and was named after Josiah Whitney, the team's leader. Although named after Whitney, it was Clarence King from the survey team who attempted to summit the peak twice, only to fail on both tries. But Clarence, being the determined man he was, went back in 1871 to attempt Whitney for the third time. Though he originally thought his third time was the charm, later he found out he had actually climbed what is known as Mount Langley. Eventually, Clarence did summit Whitney, but couldn't claim the title for the first descent. That feat was accomplished in 1873 by 3 local fishermen named Charlie Begull, Johnny Lucas, and Al Johnson. There was a huge push to rename the peak Fisherman's Peak after their summit, but after several years, the governor finally vetoed the name change, and to this day, the peak remains Mount Whitney.
How you feeling?
Good.
Howie, do you have anything to say?
No. Good morning, that's all.
That's it. The stars are out.
Stars are out. There's even a little moon.
Yeah.
Beautiful morning.
While we're sitting at breakfast, Howie starts talking about this thing that happens at sunrise, and it's called alpenglow. This moment when the sun comes up and the rocks of Mount Whitney turn reddish orange. And so I was really pumped to see it. So we start our hike in the dark, and as the sun begins to come up, this alpenglow effect happens on the rock. And it really is breathtaking. It turned the entire rock face of Whitney that color. And so we enjoy just walking in the beauty and taking in the world around us in that moment.
I think I've probably thrown up about 3 times in my entire life, and I was about to add a 4th time. All right, hiking update. We are approaching the start of the climb. We just passed probably about 4 or 5 teams. It looks as though we might be the first on, but guess we'll see.
I would say some of the major differences between the Grand Teton and Whitney. One, Whitney was guided, so there wasn't all the route finding that we had to do on the Grand, just because we were following someone who's done this several times, who knows the mountain well, and that made it really nice, just because it kind of took away that pressure of, are we on route? Are we off route? Like, how long is this gonna take? What picture are we on? Are we going the right direction? It eliminates some of the stresses of the mountain. The other one is that Jason wasn't leading this.
Howie's leading pitch 1. It's the first time in a while that I haven't been the leader on a big trad multi-pitch. And part of me wants to be disappointed, but another part of me is secretly really excited because I can just film and climb and not worry about falling on trad gear.
It's a unique scenario in which me and Taylor were on the pitches together a lot, which is not super common for us to actually be able to spend time side by side, because Howie would be leading a pitch and her and I are just there, one of us belaying him, and we're just chatting it up or whatever.
How you feeling up there?
My hands are really cold.
You're climbing strong.
Where are we at? What pitch are we on? Okay, we're somewhere up. We're on the east buttress.
Definitely on the buttress.
Yes, we are.
Let's do the 4th pitch.
Okay.
How about the exposure?
Yeah.
It's there.
Best I've ever experienced. I said that on the Grand. This is definitely more. So.
Update, we're pretty high up. Climbing strong. This route's incredible. We're getting close to the end of the technical climbing. Then we start scrambling to the top of the highest point in the continental U.S.
Jason, leave it to him to make friends with everybody and anyone, anywhere.
So did you do the Grand guided with Exum, or you?
No, I led that whole puppy.
Oh, good for you.
It was awesome. I took the Exum Ridge.
Do you do the complete or just the upper?
We did the upper only.
That is such a good route.
It was so good.
It was my first mountain route.
Really?
We get up to this pitch and there's these 2 older guys next to us. And so Jason just starts striking up a conversation with them.
George, you're gonna have to say some words of wisdom when you get up here.
Wisdom? I'm too old, I've forgotten everything.
I feel like you have all the wisdom in the world.
And the guy next to us, his name's Jack. Jason thought it was Jacques.
We made a friend.
I didn't get your name.
It was Jock.
Jacques. Are you French?
No.
Just got Jacques.
J-A-C-K.
I like it.
Jack, babe.
Oh, Jack. I thought I heard Jock, but it's the altitude.
Come to find out, it's Jack Tackle and George Lowe, who are two extremely well-known mountaineers. I think George Lowe even made the first winter ascent of the Grand Teton.
George, I wanted to commend you on the speed of your last lead.
This is such a fabulous place. I just cannot believe it.
It's awesome.
That climbing is just so incredible.
Have you done this one before?
It was just kind of a funny moment because once we got up to Howie had like a fangirl moment where he's like, oh my gosh, you don't know who those people are. And Jason's like, no, they're just my new friends. And well, there you go. Leave it to Jason, making friends with famous mountaineers.
Got anything to say to the camera?
It is very exposed right now.
Yes, it is. We are making our way up successfully. No wind, nice weather. Some famous alpinists beside us.
No big deal.
No big deal.
When we were climbing on the East Buttress, you know, it's not a difficult line by most standards. It's like 5.6, 5.7. And a lot of these grades are misinterpreted. I mean, people look at 5.7 as a grade and they say, oh, that's easy. But routes that got put up 30, 40, 50 years ago, 5.7 was a real climb. It thins out. So many times you're climbing on these columns that are narrow and you're jamming your hands into these cracks and off-width sections in front of you to pull your body weight up. There was several sections where, I was, just trying to navigate staying en route. And there was actually one section where I had a hand jam and I was pulling up and my hand pulled out and I fell, and I actually was able to catch myself with my other hand. It's definitely a climb where you are taking your time and you're trying to be incredibly careful. I mean, you're over 14,000 feet above sea level almost the entire climb. Taylor and I spent a good majority of the time just trying to figure out how to properly climb on this granite, this West Coast granite, in the high Sierras that we'd never climbed on. It was so different than sandstone and other forms of rock that we had spent a lot of time on. So this climb, the East Buttress, was not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, keep it coming.
Come on over in this big ledge.
Good job, Tay.
Woohoo! I think we climbed about 2 more pitches, and then Howie had us link up because we were gonna start scrambling to the summit of Mount Whitney.
That's it, Tay. Why don't you take us on?
Okay.
We made it to the summit of our second mountain, and I was so proud of us. It really was a more technical climb. It was way more difficult than the Grand Teton. Both, I think, for me emotionally, of just, again, reminding myself, like, I don't need to impress people. I can just be me. I can just be exactly where I'm at. And still enjoy the experience of challenging myself physically. And Whitney definitely did that more for me in a different way than the Grand Teton did.
This is a video, right?
Oh.
It's actually really an impressive top, considering it's got to be at least 400 or 500 foot wide, and there's actually a little hut up there.
This is amazing. I feel really proud of myself. I can't believe that we summited the Grand and Mount Whitney.
All in under a week.
I'm gonna start crying.
Howie, what do you think?
Man, you guys picked the best day. Look at this. I mean, it's just like a light breeze, keeping it cool, but not too cold.
We made the summit of Mount Whitney, the highest point in the lower 48 states, which is awesome. It was a crazy climb. I was hoping that we would get all 3 of these mountains, but I wasn't sure if we would. Oh, hey.
Cheers.
Cheers. Summit on the Grand, nope, where did that? Summit on Mount Whitney.
Reese's. The Grand was Milka.
So we hung out up there, ate some food, and then started my favorite part, the down climb.
This is like my least favorite thing in the entire world.
Yes.
Down climbing is my arch.
Part of being a mountaineer. You gotta do it.
Yup.
Take the right path?
Yeah.
The down climb of this was kind of comical because I feel like I felt like a fawn learning to walk.
This was nothing but nasty gravel downhill, and Taylor just cruised it. We both just made our way down pretty fast, and the descent was, I mean, gosh, I don't even know, like an hour and a half, 2 hours. We were like off the top, passing by where we very first roped up. Cruised past Iceberg Lake.
We made it. Or almost made it. Back to camp. You can see the beast over there.
Gosh.
Looking at us. But we conquered it. We conquered it. Our tents are still here.
We made it back to camp. We decided to stay the night on the mountain again. So we just relaxed. I think we took a nap, made some dinner, went to bed, and got ready to hike out to the car the next morning.
Good morning. What do you got there?
I have your mountain summiting food.
They give you a lot.
Bacon and eggs, hash browns and cheese.
Oh my gosh.
No,
They give you a lot of food.
Give you a lot of. Oh my gosh.
You guys got the works.
Oh man.
So we make it back to the car, get our backpacks off. It felt so good to be back down. Said goodbye to Howie, got in our Jeep, and drove off to our next location. We were gonna go experience the Redwoods.
After summiting Mount Whitney, the two head north to Avenue of the Giants. The Sequoia sempervirens, aka the Redwoods, are the tallest trees in the world, towering hundreds of feet above the California soil. Not only are these trees tall, but they're also among the oldest living organisms in the world, with some trees being around 2,200 years old. There are several amazing parks where you can go and hike among the redwoods, each as spectacular as the last. But if you're not up for a hike, a drive down Avenue of the Giants through the Humboldt Redwood State Park may be for you. This famous road is considered to be one of the most beautiful forest drives in the world. It was originally Route 101 until a freeway bypass was built in 1960. After that, the road was designated Route 254. Believe it or not, we actually have a road trip to thank for us still being able to enjoy the beauty of these trees. It happened in 1917 when John C. Merriam, Madison Grant, and Henry Fairfield Osborne first drove through the Humboldt Redwood State Park. They were appalled to witness the deforestation that was occurring to these stunning, mighty trees. Osborne actually said, "I would consider the destruction of these trees one of the greatest calamities in the whole history of American civilization." The three launched the Save the Redwoods League in 1918 and begin a movement to protect the area and turn it into a state park. In 1921, SRL and other like-minded individuals saw the results of their protest, and the Humboldt Redwoods State Park was born.
Oh my gosh. These trees are huge. I can touch this one. My hands still don't make it all the way around.
Dang, they're huge.
If magical creatures existed, they would live here among the redwoods. I feel wonderstruck and in awe. It's magical. Truly, truly magical. This is where I believe stories of mystical creatures comes from. It's the redwoods, because they are tall and enchanting and just breathtaking.
We're going to the grandfather tree. It's huge. What are you doing in there?
I'm hiding,
Hey, get out of that tree.
but I like it in here. You're great. All day. Just drove through a tree. We're on a log.
I've driven the Jeep. I've driven Rubio on a log.
Up a log.
After having their fun at Avenue of the Giants, it's time to take the Pacific Coast Highway north. But don't get too comfortable. The next stop will be Washington and the final mountain of the road trip, Mount Baker.
Welcome to episode
Is this the start of it?
Washington State.
From Crescent City, Jason and Taylor begin their final journey north to the state of Washington. They'll take the ferry to explore Orcas Island, go whale watching, and even deep sea fishing. But all of this relaxation is just the calm before the storm. Their real objective will be to climb and hopefully summit Mount Baker.
Well, this is it. This is when we start making our way towards Washington State. I feel like when you start a road trip, you are just constantly looking forward to the next thing. And this is the last thing. It's just kind of crazy to be making our way towards our final mountain.
Taylor's charcuterie. What do you got there?
Hard charcuterie. I have the best gluten-free crackers, Munster cheese, and this apricot jam that we got the other day. And it's so good. So you put them all together.
We are in the outskirts of Seattle, sitting in traffic.
Lots of traffic.
Headed to the ferry at Anacortes to pull the Jeep onto a boat and go across the water, over and out.
Woohoo! We're going to the Orca Island.
We were really excited about Orca Island. Taylor went there as a kid. She had all these great stories. I was excited, never been. You know, you haven't driven the Jeep on a big ferry or any of that stuff. So I'm like, this is an adventure. I'm excited.
I mean, I don't really remember what the ferries felt like, but I do remember them being really awesome. But I didn't have quite as much of a giddiness to my spirit as Jason did.
All right, we're driving in. Everyone must enter through the auto toll booth. All right, here we go. Ah, that wasn't so bad. I was all scared that they were gonna be like, oh, what are you driving? We're not gonna let you on. That vehicle is too large. Lane 8. All right, thanks. We had a reservation because Taylor made a reservation like a month ago.
Heck yeah.
Which is really nice because, see, I bet you these people
Don't have one.
don't have a reservation. What are you doing down there?
I'm attempting to set up my new iPhone.
And I watch her blue phone fall out of her pocket and just disappear down the cliff.
So this is probably really nerdy, but this is really exciting to me. I like boats.
We're going on a boat.
You were so excited for the ferry. How are you feeling about it now?
I don't understand. We're still sitting in the car and we haven't loaded the ferry.
Not so excited. All your little boy dreams were crushed. Poor thing.
It's getting dark. It's like completely dark now, and it's frustrating because, you know, like we planned it all out to like show up to where we're sleeping at sunset, and I'm just assuming that it's gonna work out the way we planned, but you know, how foolish of me. Well, finally, they start letting the vehicles on.
We were finally on the ferry at 10:33.
2 hours late. That's all.
2 hours later. I feel delirious. I'm so tired.
We're both dead tired. I mean, honestly, I remember that by the time we got to the island, we were like an hour and a half or 2 hours past when they said we could show up at the latest for us to even check in properly.
I think after Jason's first experience with ferries, he wasn't too pleased with them after that. He was like a kid in the candy store. He's like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so cool. We're driving onto a ferry. By, I think, 10 p.m., he was like, this is the worst. Ferries are non-functioning. Like, I hate this. I never want to do this again. Jason was definitely the most let down at the fact that the ferry took forever.
Well, quick update. 2.5 hours behind schedule. It's well past midnight, but we made it. And this place is so cool.
This was well worth the 2-hour delay of the ferry.
I'm like delirious, so I can't fully appreciate it. I'm sure in the morning we will be so excited to check this place out.
Okay, Taylor's first impressions outside.
I'm sure I'm gonna freak out. I remember walking through here last night, so it wasn't this pretty. Look at this rose.
Hey, look, there's a little sign.
Oh my gosh, it smells so good. Welcome, friends, Taylor and Jason.
We booked this farm called Once in a Blue Moon. They have all these animals there. They have orchards there with fruit and vegetables and flowers everywhere.
When we got into Once in a Blue Moon farm, it was dark, so we didn't really get a chance to see the grounds that night. When we walked outside, the first thing I saw was these apple trees. And then you walk back and you see roses and hydrangeas, and it's just amazing. It was a secret garden.
We wake up to this beautiful garden with animals everywhere, and we sort of start our adventure on Orcas Island.
The San Juan Islands is a cluster of small islands known as an archipelago between the coast of Washington State and Vancouver. It's made up of 172 named islands and reefs. However, there are only 4 that are accessible by ferry: Lopez Island, San Juan Island, Shaw Island, and Orcas Island.
I'm pretty sure it's named because there's orcas that live all around it.
The scenic Orcas Island is surprisingly not named after the marine mammals that patrol the island cluster. When Spanish explorers discovered the island in 1791, they named it in honor of Mexico's viceroy at the time, Juan Vicente Orcas for short. Little did the explorers know that multiple pods of orca make this coast their home, attracting thousands of tourists each year. Along with whale watching, this 57 square mile island has beautiful green fields and farmlands, quaint shops and restaurants, a winery, sea kayaking, hiking, and so much more.
Where are we?
We're on Orcas Island. Orca owns this island.
And we're eating breakfast.
Eating breakfast.
And then we're gonna go whale watching.
Then we're gonna watch whales.
Maybe go to a winery. Well, that was intense.
You know, we were there during a really beautiful time, and it has this little tiny downtown area that's right on the water. It's right inside this bay. Tons of little restaurants, little bookstores, coffee shops. It's really quaint.
We went into some shops, we found a bookstore. One of my favorite things is to roam random bookstores because I think it's so fun to see what books they hold and just what's important to the person that owns it. finished up at the bookstore and checked out the water, and then headed off to our next activity, which was whale watching. We are on the boat about to go look for some whales.
We're going to hunt some orcas. Originally, we had this plan of kayaking with killer whales. I think, you know, lots of people probably dream of that thing, and it's funny. If you look it up online, you will find some videos of what looks like people doing such things. But it's funny, in talking to a lot of these boat companies, I mean, they kind of laugh because they told us. I mean, I talked to several of them, they're like, that's not really a thing. We're very regulated in that space, and we want to make sure the animals have their space. So we go on a boat to just drive out and check out the killer whales. Well, we drive out, and
unfortunately, we didn't see any whales.
Drive around, no whales, no whales, no whales, no whales. You know, I think there's some whales over here. Nope, no whales. Whales over here. Nope, no whales over here. We did see some really cool seals. Finally, they're like, we found a whale. And it's like a mink whale. Now, not to be like a whale snob, but as a kid growing up, I knew every whale. Humpback whales, right whales, blue whales, gray whales. I can still name all the whales. So I guess I am a little bit of a whale snob. So I was definitely having this moment where I'm like, a mink whale? That's stupid. Sorry, mink whales, I'm sure you're great. But honestly, just it's just like a big dolphin. That's what a mink whale is.
Jason took some pictures. It was a beautiful day. We got to see Mount Baker from the water. Again, very intimidating to see the mountain that you're going to climb look that big from that far away. But yeah, it ended up being a beautiful day, regardless of seeing whales or not. How's the steak?
Steak's outstanding.
It is finished. Jason's still working on his.
This is a lot of food. It's so good. There's potatoes and beans and beer.
I just ate at Madrona Bar and Grill, and it was so good. Super unique taste, amazing dessert, and look at the view.
I will say this time period on Orca Island, it was all about taking it easy before Mount Baker. One of my literal favorite events of our entire road trip happens on accident.
That's cool.
That's cool. This was one thing that I had wanted to do when we were planning the road trip, was go to a winery, and we found the Orcas Island winery. What do you think of your first wine?
I really like it. I have no idea what I'm drinking, I just know it tastes good. All right, close your eyes. Ready? Get the whole thing at once. What do you think?
That's pretty good.
What
was that?
I don't even know. I love charcuteries. Love them. Give me a cheese plate and some jam and some nuts and some figs and a little knife and, maybe some peanut butter or whatever, and I will be satisfied for 2 hours. Just leave me alone. I'll make little nuggets, eat them. Love it. Cheers.
Oh, cheers. We just got done drinking wine at Orcas Island Winery, and now we are exploring the island for a little bit.
Exploration.
Woohoo!
We went to a place that I had actually been when I was younger. We went to Moraine State Park and decided to drive up Mount Constitution. Mount Constitution is the tallest point on the San Juan Islands, and you can either hike it or you can drive it. And we decided to drive it. And when you get up to the top, there's this old tower that's at the top. So it was really cool to go back. I haven't been back since we moved away when I was 8 years old. And to experience that at the age of 28 and just kind of see it through new eyes and be like, oh, this is really awesome. I did this when my dad was still around, and I did this with my mom and my grandparents when I was little. It was cool to get to experience it again.
We are super excited right now. Taylor's about to pull the summit. Go ahead and pull up onto the summit rock. She's got her mountaineering boots on. You got it. The final pitch. Pay no attention to the picnic tables.
We made it to the summit of Mount Constitution. It's our third mountain this road trip series. I'm feeling strong.
One of the coolest moments of this was we could see Mount Baker like loud and clear. Like you get to the top and bam, Mount Baker is just staring at you, covered in snow from top to bottom. Definitely a little intimidating, you know? It's like, there it is. Like, we're gonna be over there doing that here in a bit.
So, any thoughts on Baker now that we're standing across from it?
I'm a little nervous. It's a huge mountain. The fact that it looks that big and we're here, we're not even close to it right now.
You're like a 3-hour drive away.
Yeah. So there's that.
It definitely pops out of the horizon, doesn't it?
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. So after Mount Constitution, we finished off the day at this amazing seafood restaurant. I don't want to name him or think about it, but I'm excited to eat him.
I think it's Edward. No.
There's Edward.
Oh boy.
Edward is dead. Oh my gosh, that was so good.
Edward.
We are so sorry. The next day we woke up, and this day we were supposed to go salmon fishing. And this was something Jason was really looking forward to. At that point, we had been on the road for 3 weeks. I tend to be way more introverted than Jason. I need alone time. Like, I really do need a day or two to kind of put myself back together. And this trip was go, 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 with no breaks and just in the trenches.
Now at this point, you know, I will say for me and Taylor, like, you know, we're doing good. We've had our ups and downs as any road trip does. Well, at this point, like, we're gonna go fishing, and I like convinced her of this. I was all about it, so excited. Wanted to catch, you know, salmon in the ocean. She's like, all right, I'm on. You know, I mean, Taylor's pretty much down for anything, which is great.
I think I woke up definitely on the wrong side of the bed. I felt very reserved, very closed in, and it just kind of started off on the wrong foot. It was literally just us going back and forth, and Jason and I were in a fight, and we have this guide, so we're trying to be perky and upbeat about it, and we don't catch anything. And I'm not gonna lie, at this moment, I was like, oh my gosh, we didn't get to see whales. Jason and I are not good, and now we're not catching salmon. And we have to go do Baker the next day.
I was really bummed. Like, I mean, it's funny because too, like, I wanted Taylor to catch a big fish. Like, I just thought that'd be incredible, and she doesn't catch a fish. I don't catch a fish. Nobody catches any fish. We go in and eat at a restaurant.
You want to tell me about our fishing trip?
We didn't catch any. Bummer.
Okay, we just finished eating a burger at this tavern. Now we're gonna go to kayak.
Work off some of the food. It was really good. Why?
What are we doing?
Kayaking.
We knew we weren't gonna see any whales, but we thought, hey, it'd be fun.
Don't fall.
And that was really enjoyable. It was just beautiful.
Hey Jason, look back and smile. Wave.
We are kayaking in the ocean. We've been discovering starfish and crabs. It's pretty awesome.
Look at this, babe. Look.
Oh, I see the crab.
You know, I mean, it would have been nice if we would have caught some fish or seen some whales, but sometimes you just gotta chill. I think that's probably something I struggle with, is I'm like super objective, so I'm like, all right, we gotta go there to get on the boat to see the whales. Once we see the whales, we can check it off and go back so that we can hurry up and go eat at this one place, so we can do that one thing and we can check it off, and, you know, and I mean, let's not kid ourselves, that's an exhausting way to live life. Until it's time to get off that island and go to Mount Baker.
Right, we are rushing to get on a ferry that we don't have a reservation for at 6:30. So we're showing up about 2 hours early to try and get standby so we can get off the island. Otherwise, we won't get off until
like midnight, 1 a.m. So.
Hoping it works.
Well,
No standby. The Yakima broke down. Of course. Of course, the largest ferry in the entire San Juan Highlands would break down on the day that we're trying to get off of the island.
and of course the ferry was broken down. But we decided to make the most of it and get one last experience in on Orcas Island. We are on an island that encourages getting drunk and staying stuck.
Stuck.
On here. Whoa. I drank them all. Brewery time?
Brewery time. Say hi to Taylor. I need to eat. Ready to eat pizza? With a view?
It's 11:25 and we are getting on a ferry. Apparently this ferry does not like us because it was 2 hours late coming over and it's 2 hours late going back. We're on the ferry the night before we're supposed to climb the mountain. It's midnight.
The next morning, we woke up, and this is the day we begin our journey to summit Mount Baker.
From Anacortes, Jason and Taylor continue east toward Mount Baker. They'll start their final journey at the Heliotrope Ridge trailhead, just west of Baker. The glacier-covered peak, Mount Baker, is the highest peak in the North Cascades, sitting at 10,781 feet. This mountain is actually a stratovolcano, meaning it's built from layers of lava and ash. Mount Baker has the highest volume of snow and ice next to Mount Rainier, and the peak has challenged and pushed mountaineers for decades. Mount Baker was first summited in 1868 by Edmund Coleman, John Tennant, Thomas Stratton, and David Ogilvy. Coleman, an experienced climber from England, had attempted to climb Baker twice before his success on August 17th. And while it was difficult, it was worth the journey to stand on the summit and overlook the Cascades. Upon reflection of the summit, John Tennant wrote, "Clear and snowy, light northeastern wind. Made an early start and made the ascent of the mountain and planted the flag on its summit and returned to camp, well tired out, but in great spirits."
Okay, after thinking I didn't have my GoPro, spending 30 minutes tearing my bag apart, we are departing and heading up the Heliotrope.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? What is this place?
It's beautiful, huh?
Oh my god.
It only gets better, too. How do you feel about the first 2 miles?
Not bad. It's actually pretty simple, which was nice. Compared to Whitney, it's a walk in the park.
All right, there she be. Here's the ice fall. Glacier just carving its way down.
Isn't this kind of what you picture like Switzerland being like?
It's so pretty. I mean, probably the prettiest of the three.
It is. I call this thing the hog's back because it's a big old bump, like on the back of a hog. And it is a burner. Calves, quads, everything hurts.
Woo. I think Whitney and the Grand, I definitely disappeared. I was like, I have to go to a different headspace to get through the physical pain. And I feel like I grew so much because on Baker, I wanted to be so present. I wanted to look around and see the trees. I wanted to feel my legs burning because I knew I was working towards something that was going to feel so fulfilling once I reached it.
All right, trip update really quickly before I have to go catch up to Jason. We are coming up this little
snow thing. And then we're almost to camp, and then we're gonna hang out and hopefully summit tomorrow. So almost up there. Jason's kicking butt, kicking steps in, because he's the best husband in the world.
All right, we're coming into our camp. Here's another one over here. I think this one's more prone to be out of the wind.
All right, I am feeling better than I was when we were hiking in. And we're gonna set up camp, get some shut-eye, and maybe go for the summit tomorrow.
Careful.
You know, mountains, I like the variables. Like, I think that's why I'm a mountaineer, because I like juggling variables. So we find this spot and we're like, okay, so where are we gonna put the tent? And all of a sudden, like, the wind is just picking up. And it's like, what is happening? 20-mile-an-hour gusts, okay, that's typical, it's a mountain. Then like 30, then like 40, then it's like 50 sustained. We're trying to set this tent up, and I mean, you can't set a tent up in 50-mile-per-hour wind. It's like not a thing. So we set it up, it's like getting collapsed, like Taylor's getting inside of it, jumping on top of it.
It's been better since I shut the door.
I'm pulling the rods, I'm like, let's go over here, let's go over there, I'll move down here, let's move it down there. We move it down.
Getting more exhausted with our stupid tent than I was hiking in.
I'm like searching this rock outcrop on the side of Mount Baker, trying to find somewhere where there's not wind. The wind was real, and summiting a big mountain with heavy wind sucks. Like, that's what you don't want, is heavy wind.
It's not fun.
It's just not looking good. Like, the sun's going down. We finally do get to cook some dinner, which was refreshing. It's not an easy night to go to sleep. Like, the wind just continues to make a tremendous amount of noise. And truthfully, like, you know, at this point, we've kind of already decided, like, it just doesn't seem like summiting's gonna happen.
It's the morning of Tuesday. Our tent tied into the cliff. Survived. Not that all the fierce wind is finished yet.
Well, there was a guided party of 6 that just passed us. Asked them some questions. They said the route's cruiser, quote unquote, which is a good thing. So maybe we'll just kill it. A little weird, there's literally no one else up here. They're packing out and we're the only ones on Mount Baker, which is a little weird.
So if anything happens, you may never hear from us. No one will know.
Nothing's going to happen.
I was happy that we had decided not to hike the next day, just because the experience on Democrat, I guess, just kind of got me into a headspace of like, I don't want to feel miserable while we're summiting the last mountain. I mean, if that's how we were going to summit, then we were going to summit that way. But I just, you know, I wanted all the odds to be in our favor, and at that point, it didn't really feel like it.
As long as everything goes good, this is what tomorrow should be like.
Well, today has consisted of a whole lot of nothing. Packed our bags and waited for the crazy wind to die down. And I'm so happy we did, because it is like perfect weather right now. And it's supposed to stay this way all through tomorrow. So I'm pretty pumped. A little nervous. Definitely a new experience for me, but I think I'm gonna love it. I'm excited to get on the mountain.
All right, we're pulling out of camp.
52 something. How you feel?
Well, right now I have light in my face.
Sorry.
The next morning we woke up and we had a 4 a.m. start, so it was very dark when we got up. But there was this energy that came from this mountain. I think after having accomplished the Grand and Mount Whitney, I felt a little bit more prepared for that early start and for the feeling of walking into the unknown.
All right, we're taking our first break. Get some water. We're at 1 hour. I got it. How you feeling, Tay?
Good. It's definitely weird.
It's weird.
Well, it's awesome because it feels, I like walking on snow better than I like walking on rock, but it's definitely like, I can't see anything.
Mm-hmm. How was your first
crevasse crossing?
How you feel?
My adrenaline went for like 2 seconds and then I was on the other side. And
Good job.
And then Jason just pulled me in, which was good. Woo!
Crevasses on Mount Baker are crazy. When you're walking around on a glacier, you don't realize it unless you've researched it, but you're standing on a couple 100 feet of ice. In the glacier, it's actually moving down the mountain slowly as it melts underneath. You know, just a couple years earlier, I had gone to Baker and a buddy of mine was crossing a huge crevasse and a flake broke out underneath him.
Shit fell.
I mean, luckily I had him on belay.
Get out of there.
But we immediately were like yelling at him, like, get out of there. And he did, but I mean, they're pretty scary. On that same trip, I actually lowered myself into a crevasse just because I wanted to check it out. And it is a spooky, spooky, strange world down there. These crevasses, you know, are really one of the largest threats on big mountains and crossing glaciers. And you really do need to have the proper training on arresting and you really do need the right rope team to safely make it through. I feel like Baker is probably one of the coolest big alpine climbs in the United States. But I would say that because of the high avalanche factor and the high crevasse factor, there's so many crevasses that it's definitely something that traditionally you should do with a guide service, somebody that really knows the mountain well, because there is so much opportunity to fall into these massive crevasses that open up all over the mountain.
I don't want to be right here for very long.
Whew. Now, one thing I will say was very unusual is where we were at, nobody was there. No one.
It is 6:02. We left camp at 3:15, so I think we're actually on target with what I said. Above the crux at 6, the crevasse. How you feel?
Good.
A little chilly?
Yeah.
Crampons are on.
Crampons are on.
Dodging crevasses.
I mean, the only parts I was still nervous about was the crevasse crossing. Just because A, I didn't want to fall into a crevasse, and B, I didn't want Jason to fall into a crevasse because I would have to arrest him and then set up an anchor to pull him back out. And that was the only thing where I was like, oh my gosh, am I technically ready for this climb?
Making our way on top of the world. Come on up here. Well, I'm not winning cool points with my hood.
But you are winning warm points.
Maybe, I don't know.
We just cruise it for that first, I don't know, 2,000 vertical feet.
So we are we're basically atop the glacier now. And the next thing is we just get on this rock ledge.
And so we get up that, we keep our crampons on, we go up some rocks, and then we get to the infamous Roman wall.
Okay, don't come across that yet. How do you feel?
Good. Little breath. but we're on the rock ridge on the way to the Roman wall.
A Roman wall is a really test of like your ability to stand like a goat. You don't want to be on all fours. You don't want to be like Spider-Man in the whole thing, but you also like don't want to lose your footing and slide into a crevasse. And there's a massive crevasse at the bottom of the Roman wall. So it's like if you do fall and slide, like you're in a countdown. I hate that because I'm with Taylor and I don't want either of us to die. We made the decision, or I made the decision, to stay connected to each other. But that is a significant decision in which you really have to think it through. It's kind of a difficult spot. And in fact, most alpine climbs would really suggest you have at least 3 people. We only have 2. You know, you want 3 people because if someone falls in, 2 people can much more likely arrest that person if they fall in a crevasse. A 1-to-1 ratio is not so hot, so you have to put a lot of line behind you so that if one person falls through or falls and slides, the other person has time to react and arrest them. I need more rope so we don't drag each other into a crevasse. I need less rope because I don't want to gain momentum and drag each other into a crevasse. But I can't even imagine the idea of Taylor losing her footing and sliding down that mountain and me just watching it. So I'm sitting there thinking, if she's gonna fall and slide, I'm going with her anyways.
My foot started to go.
What?
Probably shouldn't stand here. My foot started to go. It's like in. Let's keep it going if we could. We got at the top of the Roman wall.
Yay.
How was that for you?
Not too bad. Just kept my head on what was in front of me.
I thought you did really good. I was freaking out a little.
Really?
Yeah, like I wanted to top the wall out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just paid attention to what was in front of me.
That's okay.
Trying really hard not to freak out.
Yeah, I didn't want you to freak out or to know that I was freaking out.
We finally get to the top and there's a little bit of a lip at the very top, and it's like when you get out of that Roman wall, man, you are like thanking God, or at least I was. Taylor was in good spirits, but I was like, meh. I'm like, no, let's get on top of this thing.
Crevasse is on the top. Jeez. Yeah, cruise on through.
So we get to the top of the Roman wall, and I just feel this overwhelming feeling of, oh my gosh, we're gonna do it. Like, we're gonna summit Baker.
You can see the summit now. Told you. Super bizarre.
We get up there and that's when it starts to get sweet. It flattens out and you're just like hiking through the snowfield and you're hiking. And you see this weird little pyramid.
We are nearing the summit pyramid.
Baker!
Oh my gosh.
I can't believe we just did 3 mountains in like 3 weeks. Oh, we made it! Woo! Man, we did it!
Showed a 360.
This is so beautiful.
Oh my gosh. Did all 3, babe. We didn't know if we could make all 3.
We did it! We did it! It's so pretty. Okay, I'm sorry.
I love you.
I love you.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I think the emotional part of this summit for us is just like, this was the thing. Like, we wanted to get all 3 mountains. You think about like marriage, you know, I mean, this is an interesting time to go try 3 really hard mountains because it is our first year of marriage. I mean, my whole life I've been told, man, your first year of marriage, that is difficult. And I mean, I didn't get married till I was 35. Probably because everybody was always telling me that. And so, you know, we get married and we go on this road trip, and I don't really think the objective was to put our marriage to the test, but that is what happened. And that is what happens in these environments. Can we really climb these 3 mountains? Can we really be on the road for several months together? And I wanted all those things. I wanted to do it all. I cannot believe that we literally summited the Grand Teton, the Exum Ridge, 1,700 feet, Mount Whitney, the East Buttress, 1,000-foot line vertical up to the highest point in the continental US. And now we just like top it all off with Mount Baker, like going all the way up the Coleman-Deming Glacier, just about all by ourselves, slaughter the Roman wall, get to the summit pyramid. And not only that, we were the first people to make summit up there.
The view is unlike anything I've ever seen in my entire life. And beyond that, I just start crying. And I was so overwhelmed by the fact that we had done it. Like, we had made it. We completed our goal. We did it together. We had some hiccups. We had some things that didn't go the way that we thought it was gonna go, but that is life. Even when Jason and I struggle, like even if my emotions feel too much, or even if we're going through something difficult, he's not gonna leave. Even though I had an amazing dad, and I had a dad who loved my mom so much, he died when I was 17. And I didn't have a dad there to tell me like, you should be with someone who shows up all the time. And I feel like I get to see that in Jason, and that's really cool. I literally felt in that moment like we could take on the world.
I need you to do the summit dance. It's whatever rad dance you got. Go. That's all I got. I can't believe we got it.
I can't either.
Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't hide from me. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't hide from me. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. as you might, but you can't. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't hide from me. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't hide from me. I know all the beauty that you. take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't hide from me. I know all the beauty that you keep. Close my eyes, you're looking back at me. As real as autumn air, I take and breathe. Try as you might, but you can't hide from me. I know all the beauty